Hi. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. I just basically when I started the 5 minutes, I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna put the washing in and then I'm gonna make myself a cup of tea and some cereal and that's gonna be it. Um but now the washing machine just has like shows this mistake the entire time and I don't know what it means. Um yeah. So that's why it sort of took longer than anticipated. But how are you? Welcome, welcome. I have like lots of things here on my desk because I planned on crocheting if we have nothing to talk about in the beginning, so that it's not so boring, sort of. Is the music, by the way, a tiny bit loud? Or is that just. I need that positive energy in the health check. That's really good. I'm glad you're here. I'm honestly like, I've done this now like a couple times. And the hardest, like, I really love those streams because they always turn out to have like really nice deep talk. And I really feel like they have like purpose and they do something for somebody, you know? Um, but it's the most annoying part about it is that at the beginning of the streams, I'm always like alone. And then it's like you don't want to like start something else. Because for example, if you game, you like take up space or which would be used for emotions. Like no one wants to like open up if you're like gaming in that moment. And that also entirely makes sense. Like they're not wrong for doing that, right? But it's just sort of leaves you in a space where it's like, what do you do till you have something to talk about? Because just like talking to myself is also not really the vibe, I feel like. But yeah. Maybe a tiny bit too loud. Like it when mousing feels crunchy. That's a bad sign. Be, this should have technically made it a tiny bit wide. Oh, true, true. I would have to leave you for like 2 more minutes if that's okay. Because I got my cereal, but I still have my tea in the kitchen, and I wanted to make myself like a protein shake, and I have it like halfway prepared. I just need to mix it, and then I'm done. Like then I'm like finished, done, and we can sit here for hours. Okay, okay. So I'm back in like I don't know, like 2 minutes or something. I just need to mix the thing. All right, I am back. I am back and I have everything. I have my protein shake, I have tea for many, many cups. Well, probably like three. 2 glasses of water. I'm like ready. I'm ready for everything. Okay, I just need to put my crochet stuff to the side. Ah, I'm working on a jellyfish right now. Like, I sort of like messed up the beginning here because it's not, I don't know, it looks a bit oddly shaped. But I hope I can sort of like press that into shape with the filling. But this is sort of the top part. And now I'm making like so that it's, I don't know, so that I can fill it. And then there's gonna be like ruffles here, and then the jellyfish hanging stuff. I don't know. Yeah. But as of now, it's more like I don't know, like a tiny tiny hat or something. But it's really soft. I don't know if you see this, but this is like soft. Like it looks really soft, right? Soft as yarn. Ah, good. Damn, like 2 streams at the same time even. Oh my god. I hope the like camera quality is even like good enough to have me like on a big screen like a TV. I see. Nice. Ooh, what is this skeleton how do we call that in English? I feel like kraken is actually also an English word, but I'm not entirely sure. Hmm. Nice. Wait, but this is not a jellyfish. It's a kraken, no? I think. Crispy clean. Oh my god, this actually, you know what? Like I'm like this is happy. Like this is a good picture. I like this. This is way better of a screenshot than my camera usually makes. Because my camera is sometimes like just standing still, right? Like we had these problems like a couple times. And then like the the moments they stand still, not good. Really, they don't really look nice. Like they're always really bad. I don't know why. They're never flattering. 3D printed a little one. So you have a 3D printer, nice. Definitely, just good timing. So, how have you been? We haven't talked for a little while. I just missed my cup. That's fine. Oh, it was a little bit more than I've. I would have known that. No, now my mouse pad. To be fair, my mouse pad is already dirty, so doesn't apparently not enough to leak out the bottom. That's, ah. It's alright if you text in German. Is it fine that I answer in English though? Because I feel like I want the stream to still be like accessible to the English viewers. Like I would sort of like roughly translate your text and then answer to it. I feel like there's some dust in my cup, but anyways, not gonna be too bad. I think you haven't seen the bee I made already, right? Like this is the bee I made. It's a bumblebee. It's so cute, right? It was the first crochet project, but I'm already planning to, um, with the things you see here, these are already like pre-cut uh, shelves. I really want to have like a shelf in this space here. Oh, it's really hard to show this. In this space here, where there's like two or just one, like one or two extra mm, planks uh, going up, and then like one at the top to be able to just like stash my yarn in there and just sort of like stack it. Oh, haven't come around. Still need some. Ooh, okay, we're diving right into it. Okay, so yeah. So as I said, I'm gonna roughly translate it. So in MCLP's life happened a lot. Last time we talked about being let go by the company. I don't know what Kündigung means. Um, and then he started a new job basically as bartender or something, um, as someone in a restaurant, server. Yeah. Um, but he was actually let go again from one day to the next day, just because he was sick for 2 days. Because he, oh my god, because he had like a skull fracture, I think. Um, and his chef was actually mad that he couldn't work. Crazy. And around like 1 week later, he he crashed with his bike on the way to work, and then his arm and foot ankle were hurt, so he couldn't work again. And on the next day, he was just he had the like a letter from work that he's let go. That sucks ass. Like this is honestly like yeah. That's crazy. So now basically as like emergency solution to have a job, he started at a grocery shop. Um, I don't know what you call it, working in Einzelhandel. Hmm. Ah, okay. So you're trying to work there, but you don't know yet how if they're gonna take you. Okay. Because otherwise his mum is gonna throw him out. Yeah. Damn. Ah, no, no problem. I didn't even notice actually. I just noticed now. But this sucks. Hmm. So not only your chef didn't support you, even though you had really good explanations why you've been sick, but also your mom is basically threatening you to throw you out if you don't find any type of like job or anything. I feel like that's genuinely really insane. Like, how old are you again? If I like, you don't need to answer if you don't want to. But I thought I had in mind that you're like pretty young. Literally 18, bro. The heck? Okay. Hmm. 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 I understand how this can lead to feelings of like worthlessness or like not just not feeling good about yourself. Have you considered talking to child services? Because you know, like the fear of not having a place to stay, and being thrown out is not something you should live through with 18. Like, I hate to say this, but like with 18, you have no clue how life works. Like, and this is like not on you or anything, you know? But like, you're allowed to have no clue how life works because you've basically like you just finished school and like there's so many parts about life you need to learn, and it just takes time to learn them. And it also takes time to know who you are and what you want in life and what you can do and what you can't do, like what's good for you, what's bad for you, how you can be productive, how you can work efficiently, and how you can't work efficiently. Mm. Mm. So the first thing I want to say is that really sucks ass. Really sorry that you have to go through it and that you sort of live that right now. Mm. Oh, what did I tell you? Do you still have therapy? Like, is that at least like still in place? Because I guess it's like financed by healthcare, right? So I hope it's not influenced by you losing those jobs. Hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hmm. Is it private therapy then? Or is it Ah, okay, okay. So healthcare does pay it. That's good. It's really nice that you found one. By the way, just FYI, Twitch is telling me right now that an ad is about to start. I'm gonna like if you tell me that you have an ad right now, I'm gonna wait till the ad is over. Just let me know if you have an ad and when it's gone, so that I know how long I have to wait. Because it makes no sense that you like miss answers from me or something. Good. Mm. Have you talked with your therapist about your situation at home? Because they can help you as well, from all I know. Like they can just help you to navigate all. It started now. All right. I'm gonna wait. That's a short ad. I guess you just have like ad blocker or something. Good for you. Because usually my ads take like 3 minutes. So, did you talk to a therapist about your situation at home? Because yeah, I think like they can do something about this. I think they can help or sort of like give guidance as to what you can do about it, and might be like a really good, uh, like might be really good help. But I don't know how the system in Germany works about like around that specifically. I just know that yeah, from all I've sort of like got in the Netherlands, um, y- like my therapist here helps around a lot of stuff. Just like sort of like it's not necessarily that they go there for you or something. Um that's not the case, but they like give you the proper numbers, explain you what options there are and stuff like this. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. To best help you, that's usually the starting point of how therapy works. Um I do know that like if you really need help around that, like I think they should help you around that first. Like I know that you in your therapy have like a lot of say, like more than some people think. Like if something doesn't really help you right now or you need like immediate different help, then you can ask for this. Um but I just see myself really circling back to the point that the I feel like the immediate thing is to just somehow move out and talk to child services what options there are because they can give you like housing, you know? And I don't know, because this is a lot, you know? Like you don't need to endure this alone. You deserve help with this, you know? Like there are people in institutions who would want to help you with this because it can be easier. And this is just like a lot has happened. Like, just like losing those jobs sucks already. Hurting yourself like this sucks big time because you didn't really like go in depth about like how this sort of like influences you, right? But like just recovering from injuries like that is also a thing which like costs energy and can be like really annoying from time to time, considering the symptoms and all. So this is like, like this is not something to take lightly, I think. Like hearing this is devastating. You don't like there's services to give you housing without you having to like having the money for it because otherwise you could just look for an apartment yourself. You wouldn't need those services. Those services are especially made for like for young people who don't yet have income. I mean, it's definitely like it's a decision you need to make, you know? Um but I personally think there's no like we always see it as like really like honorable to like to do something for others, to be the one who sacrifices themselves. Um but I think your mum and brother are going to be fine. Um so I don't know, like I always sort of like thought that I sacrificed myself with my dad for for his peace or something, like for the harmony between us, for like a good daughter dad relationship, stuff like this. Like I always thought there's like that sacrifice is like worth something, you know? Um Even at the beginning of my relationship with Zach, like we in the beginning we had like a really sort of like toxic attachment style because we're both just fucked up, but the point is, I really thought like I would suffer for something, and the thing is, it never paid off. Like, it just, like, this sucks to say, but it never paid off. Like, I feel like, for example, with Zach, if I would have chosen to, like, not endure that and actually just, like, speak up about it, make straight lines, be like, hey, this is not fine. I need you to be able to provide this and that. Otherwise, I leave. And if he doesn't do that, then I would have left. I feel like we could have maybe come back together way earlier. And yeah, I don't know, like maybe we wouldn't. Maybe I would have found another person who's already has these traits. But it's not, it wasn't like investing in something like I thought it would. Like I really thought like, oh, like, and later on we're gonna have like a bond stronger than like anybody else's. I don't think we have. Like attachment issues are like, even though you work through it, like if you work through it, they don't flip or anything. Like they are still there. Like it's still an issue. Like it's still work to come back from that. And I don't know, it's just the entire time I really, really hoped that my suffering would invest into something and that at some point it would pay off. But it didn't. It was worse. It was a bad decision. It's okay to be scared, to let go, because it is scary. But the funny thing about human brains is that we low-key, like something we don't know, we see as scarier as something we do know. Like it's actually really common behavior to stay in something you know is toxic instead of leaving for the chance of finding something better if there's also a chance that you find something worse. And there's always a chance to be worse off, right? Like life is just like you can die tomorrow. Like life is like that. Like there's never, you can't logically be like there's not a chance that it's gonna be worse. So you're always gonna have that, you know? And I'm wondering what sort of changed for me. Honestly, I feel like low-key my self-love changed. I felt like this is enough. Like this sucks ass. I deserve more. Like you can't be telling me that being a dad is low-key like you can be like that. Like no. Like I don't know. It was just I think it's ended up to be like so I think it just pushed me at some point to a point where I was like, no, that's it. I'm done with this. And I just, I remember I sort of felt so tired of it. Felt so tired of all these repetitions. Because it could be so much better so easily. Because with other people, talking was easy, you know? Like there's people who care about you, and then talking is easy. Like if you make a mistake, They don't assume the worst of you, but they assume the best of you. Like they assume it was a mistake. They don't make like a stupid joke about you, but that, like it's just fine. Like there's people where you drop a plate, you drop a glass, and it's fine. Nobody is screaming. Nobody is like looking at you with eyes of like you're that the stupidest person on this whole planet and I hope you cease to exist right now. There's people where this won't lead to comments for like your entire life after this point. I don't know. I feel like Loki, maybe you don't even need self-love. Like this might like bear with me for a second. Like I come from a different perspective on this, right? Because I might be autistic. Um but to me self-love was also like always a really weird concept. And people say like, "Oh yeah, you just like tell yourself like these affirmations every morning and stuff like this." This never freaking worked, you know? Like it low-key just felt like lying to myself. Um and I feel like for me the feeling of justice was actually sort of like easier to grasp as a concept. And I knew what was wrong and what was right. And how my dad treated me was wrong. And before I always thought like, well, but he has good like reasons, right? Like he had a bad childhood, he had bad this, bad that, whatever. Like he has a hard job, he works like so much, blah blah blah, yada yada. Like he has nothing else to depend on. Like I'm his only friend basically, and the only person he talks to, whatever, blah blah blah. And I always thought like, well, but if he doesn't like intentionally hurt me, and if he has like all these excuses where like he just like he just can't, he just like does it without really like thinking about it, like he's not really aware of what he does in that moment. And that was sort of the reason why I stayed, because I felt like, well, like he's not a bad person, he's just a really troubled person. um But there is a point where I think you either have to choose to go down with the ship or jump off. Because people like my dad, he's like he's an adult. Like he's been on this earth for like many years, right? And he developed these like really toxic coping mechanisms and behavior styles. And they influence his entire life. They make his entire life shitty. Like he doesn't have friends he can like really confide in. He's suffering under like masculinity standards he can't fulfill. He's doesn't have actual boundaries with his parents. That's why he's basically being mobbed by his parents his entire life. And the thing is, he never took accountability for any of this. It was always the world, like, oh yeah, well, like my parents and the school and other people were mobbing me, whatever, blah blah blah. Um, but because he wasn't taking any accountability for it, there is no option really to change, right? Because if you don't take on the responsibility for change, nobody else will change your life for the better. Like, you might come across like some people who try, but if you purposefully like decide, because you decide to not act, which is basically deciding for your bad habits. So you're deciding to stay a shitty person. Or like that's what he did. And there's like, I can't change him. And the the more I sacrifice, it's it's not helping him because he doesn't use that sacrifice, like he's not even aware of that sacrifice. Like he doesn't use it to get better because there's no accountability to get better. You know, like there's some people who are depressed who are like very aware of their feelings and who like sometimes act out, but then they also understand how their friends might be like ticked off by this and stuff like this, you know, like they understand what's going on around them, like the reality of the people around them. And there's people who use it as a basically like an excuse, like a get out of jail free pass to do like any type of shitty behavior and then just be like, well, but I'm depressed, I can't different. You can. um And my dad was definitely one of those people just like who didn't take any accountability. It was like, yeah, he's basically addicted to alcohol not because of him, but because of others and the shitty world and his shitty life and whatever. And all of these things. And his apartment wasn't like full of trash because of himself and because he didn't clean up and put in the effort for it, but because of me, because I didn't help him. Um so there's like you see what I'm trying to describe, right? Like there is a pattern evolving around that person which leads them to the shitty life. Like the consequence of this is basically the shitty life. Um and you can't change someone who doesn't want to be changed. And the point is that most of those people don't want to change, but either don't have the strength or are scared of it or like don't take it serious enough. So with my dad, I had talks with him where I was like really open to him about like how things influence me and how things need to change. And he seemed regretful, but he didn't change. And that can happen like a couple times, right? But it like we shouldn't keep consequences from other people, I think. Um Even though our society like really teaches us to don't break the harmony and stuff like this, but you don't really help others by keeping consequences from them. Because getting consequences can also be like a really high motivation, right? And apart from that being a really high motivation, it's also their life and their choice. Like if they want to lead a shitty life, they can. Um And the only thing we can do in society, I think, is like really try to help those people, you know, like have all the systems in place that no matter how hard change would be, they can do it. But we can't help people who do not want to change, but want the world to change. And I feel like we we need to recognize this. Like we need to believe the people around us. Like if I like essentially I started to believe my dad and that's why I left. I believed them that in his view He was only human, and all the others were at fault. I was at fault, and his friends were at fault, and his boss, his colleagues, his parents, and his former school, and society, and my mum, of course. Everybody else was at fault, and not him. And that's why I left. Because he doesn't see me as help. Like, I'm there in moments where he needs help, but in essence, he doesn't see me as help. And that also really showed once when we broke off contact, like a year or 2 years later, I left him the option to contact me on Instagram. And at the beginning, he seemed really respectful. And then on one day, he absolutely spam messaged me with basically how shitty of a daughter I am. And how dare I? And what about my grandma and my granddad? And like they're in the age of like dying, and how can I ignore them? The funny thing is I didn't even broke off contact to them. They broke off contact to me because he told them something. So they broke off contact. They didn't only break off contact, my granddad also didn't like usually he made like he was only ever sending money, but usually he was like sending money for like Christmas and my birthday. Didn't. Like he also didn't even like congratulate me for my birthday and stuff like this. That was the type of contact they were breaking up with me. But now I should have compassion. Like there's people where you need to believe them if they tell you the story of their life. And if you see that in their story, you are the villain, like everybody else, and you're not a good person, you can, of course, try to discuss it with them and be like, yeah, no, but I'm so good, but I tried to help you, blah, blah, blah. Or you can just believe them and be like, okay, if that's the fact, I'm gonna leave. Because I don't want to be a villain, you know? And I feel like, for example, with your mom, it doesn't seem like she's acknowledging your sacrifice or that she appreciates it or anything. And with your brother, it might be different. But I don't think you can help your brother in the condition you are right now because you live where you live. I feel like you would be a way better help to your brother if you get out. First of all, that you show your mom the consequences of behaving how she's behaving. You make her aware of the fact that this behavior will lead her to lose her child. And then when you're outside, when you do find a job, when you get better, when your mental health is getting better, when you get more stable, then you can help your brother. You know? Just by living that better life, you can actually help him already. Because then he's gonna see, okay, there's actually something different. Like actually, like a person with my background can live a better life. Like there's options actually. You know? Nej, pandas. Thank It's all right, MC. We're probably gonna be live for most of the day. So for a couple more hours. So I don't know how long your appointment is. But there might be a chance afterwards. But I think the most important thing is basically told. And the funny thing is the thing you pointed out with like, oh, like people who were mobbed are gonna turn to mobbers themselves. It's not always true. It's not true if you're aware of feelings. Because the funny thing is, like, I don't hate my dad. I think his life is tragic. Genuinely. I wish a society like ours would help him. And I think society, low key, has failed him. Doesn't mean, though, that you can't have boundaries. So I feel like, there's certain things where we just have a really interesting picture from society of what would help. And, well, that picture is usually sort of shaped by oppressors. And this is not like, like I don't want to be like, oh, everything is like I don't know, like there's lizard men among us or anything, but like we need to recognize where these patterns come from, we learn, and from who they come from. And I feel like that's why it's so important to leave toxic situations. Because they don't make you stronger, you know? Like we have this vision that like, oh, and if anything which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. No. No, it doesn't. I'm like I have these streams and I can talk about a lot of stuff, but I'm not mentally more healthy than a person who didn't go through so much shit. So, like we need to acknowledge that pain stays to some extent. And you learn to live a good life with it. Definitely. I like my life now. But the pain is not like gone or anything. It's just like it's different how you see it. You know? All right. See you later, MC. You're welcome. You're welcome. Do a couple of deep breathing exercises, and relax you. Relax yourself. Like try to notice if you're tense. Try to relax. Maybe like tense on purpose, and then relax. Shake. Jump. That's also relaxing. To just sort of like feel in your body again. Especially if you go outside. That can be really helpful. Ah, that was already a tough talk. I always I feel like the hardest conversations are always the ones where you talk to someone and you notice how it's about their childhood and their parents and how they are still in that toxic environment. Because it's so hard. It's genuinely so hard to like find the right words and like help someone, because I've been there and I know how you absolutely don't want to let go. How your loyalty to your parents is so, so huge that you would definitely rather sacrifice yourself than choose yourself. And it always makes me really angry as well and sad at the same time, because I'm like, this is a kid and I really like, I don't know why, but I really see the kids in that person, like this small child. And I could instantly cry when I talk about this. But this like small, good child, who just wants to be loved, wants his like their parents to be safe, their parents to love them, wants to make their parents proud, wants to be the child their parents want. And how those parents have absolutely in no fucking way deserved that child. Because, oh my freaking god, what parents do, I could scream. The way parents are so unaware of their incredible power over their children is, wow. I could scream. Because you don't understand how much, like they don't see how much of a world they are for their kids. They just see their kids as these like, oh, they're just tiny humans. They're like, they have like independent wishes and they're sort of like independent. They don't see that essentially, sometimes before you can even talk, kids will change their entire personality to fit the expectations of their parents. It's genuinely hard, I think, to not influence your child. But we aren't even aware that it's normal to like like have so much power over your child, and that you need to be aware of it, and that you need to deal with it well. Like your child is not supposed to just like, I don't know, fill the spot in your heart which never loved itself, and through the child loving you and depending on you like this, you feel like, oh, I'm loved, and this like whole like fills a little bit. Like that's not the way. Like this is a human, or like is gonna be a human. And when you mess up and don't actually teach them what being human is about, or you teach them bullshit, they're gonna be a bullshit person. And it's not like always in terms of like they're gonna be like a person who's harming others, right? But literally, I feel like we we have the knowledge of how suicide is really like a huge risk for teenagers. Like we have the knowledge, we have the numbers of this, but we don't understand that as a parent, it's you raise your kids to be that person. And it's not through, like, it doesn't even need to be the case that you absolutely bully your child. It can also just be the case that you don't teach your child the right tools to deal with stuff and to build a life they love. And I feel like that's the part where we go wrong so often. We teach our children to build a life we love. We don't teach them to build the life they love. And then we wonder why they can just throw away that life so quick and why they don't value that life. Yeah, well, guess fucking what? Because it's not their life they were living. It was the being the number one child of you and sacrificing themselves to fulfill your needs. And that just makes me so sad. Because the really annoying fucking thing is, the loyalty to their parents, actually. As a kid, I sometimes dreamed about that someone else would adopt me. And honestly, I think, like, there's many people who see autism like as a weakness, right? Like a disorder you have. And not only is that harmful because it's essentially ableism, um, but I'm like genuinely, I don't think I would have I would have this type of understanding of mental health if I weren't neurodivergent like this. I don't think I would have. Um, because in a in a weird way, um, I I always felt like I'm a lovable person, like I'm a good person, but I felt like others just misunderstand me. And low key, I think this was a hidden superpower because when others were like mean to me, or my parents didn't understand me and were mean to me, I just thought like they're so stupid, they don't even see the real me. And that was painful, right? To feel like they don't see me for me. Like they don't even see how good I am or like how great of a kid I am or anything. Um but at least it's put me in a place where I thought I was a great kid and they just don't see it. So I feel like low-key this might have been like a hidden superpower of mine back then. Also I was sometimes like uncannily untouchable to mobbing, um, because I was weird. Uh, so I had there's been like some situations where, because like kids always make like, they sort of like at our school at least, they didn't like physically mob you like by punching you or whatever. They would like verbally try to bully you, and I finally found the right word because mobbing seemed so entirely off. Um, but yeah, they try to verbally bully you, and sometimes, for example, with your last name, just making like fun of your last name, or doing like these like stupid word jokes, or like of like or do you want to like do you want to go with me, and which was like, do you want to be in a relationship with me? But then it was I don't even know, there was some weird joke about this, um of like, but just like checking, like, I don't know, it was like one boy who did that, and he did it to like all the girls, and we were all like in a row basically like running to our bus, right? So it was like, I've heard this for like 5 times already for the past 5 girls, basically. And so he would always like ask, and then he would, I don't even know, like he would say like, oh, but I don't want to with you or whatever, or would just laugh and say like, oh, but that, I didn't even mean it serious or whatever. Like something like this, I feel like. Um and yeah, I don't even really know, but I just know that I answered because like all the girls were saying like no. And I think I answered like yeah. And then he was like, wait, what? And then I say like, yeah, where to though? Like, I'm heading to the bus. Which was like the absolute like stupidest like, word joke I could come up with in that moment. But the funny thing is, I felt absolutely untouchable. I felt like the greatest mastermind the human wordsmiths has ever seen, you know? And like I felt with like inside of me, like I absolutely dunked on that person. I don't know if that like to the outside, to the other people actually has been like that. I doubt it. Um, but I feel like that was also like a really hidden superpower of mine. That just like I loved my humor. I thought I'm a genius, comedy genius in those moments. And so yeah, the bullying couldn't touch me. And that's in that regard at least. Not like all of bullying, but yeah. But that was definitely yeah. I feel like hidden blessing. I don't know. But I've been confronted with this view that some people see it as like a problem in therapy recently. I would talk to you guys about it. Um, except somebody else wants to join the mental health check-in and do the mental health check-in. Or I got something on my teeth. Hmm. How is it gone already? All right. So then we're gonna talk about what I've been confronted with in therapy, um, which is sort of like a new thing. Um, Because I've recently started to have this, uh, autism diagnosis talk. It's not the actual autism diagnostics, but because I talked about the option, and I think this might be it, to my therapist. Um, my therapist made a pre-diagnostics, which essentially is him sort of like going through like a little questionnaire and then evaluating with somebody else if they think autism is like a high enough chance that a diagnostic would be worth it. And it's not only because that's at the beginning, I just thought, well, autism, like they just want to see if they like if they think I could actually be autistic, and then they're gonna send me over to the actual diagnostics. But it's not only if you actually have autism, or if the chances of you having autism are high, but a lot of it is actually as well if you have enough suffering, like if it's actually like an issue to you. And I personally really don't like this because I thought like a diagnostic should evaluate whether you have it or not whether you suffer under it. So essentially, you could be rejected for a diagnostic if you don't, like, if you are autistic, but you just sort of are coping or like have found a way with your autism that it's not like influencing your life in a bad manner. Like you have found a job where it just works. Maybe you're self-employed. You have a partner who what works together with them and friends and stuff like this. Like it could be that you are just as autistic as somebody else, but your life around you doesn't make it an issue, and that's why you get rejected for the diagnostics because they're like, well, but what do you want from it? Like you don't have any, like you don't really suffer because of it, so like you're good. Like be happy, you're good. Which to me doesn't really make sense because I feel like, well, a diagnostic should evaluate whether I have it or not. But yeah, so it turns out these diagnostics are not only to evaluate whether you have it or not, but they are to evaluate if you have it, that you are significantly suffering under it, and at the same time, that the diagnostic itself is going to help you personally. So you actually need to have like a, like they're going to ask you why you want to be diagnosed. And you sort of need a good answer to that. Like, for example, like if you're suffering under autism, then you want to be diagnosed to, for example, get help by the state and stuff like this. Or, for example, to get more information and get like psychoeducation on autism. Or, for example, something else like, uh, yeah, I don't even know. Because I feel like if you were to want to be a pilot or something, you wouldn't want to be diagnosed. Um, But yeah, you need to have a reason. Like they need to believe that the diagnostic, if true, would help you in any way. And they need to believe that you are suffering under this, well, psycho psychological issue. Um, and you need to be autistic. So like all of these things combined will then lead you to an actual autism diagnosis. So I'm still in the pre-diagnostic part because the other person my therapist needs to speak to is not there yet. So this is sort of like I'm sort of in between. I don't know how it will go. But I'm really glad that I now understand that if I don't get to the diagnostics part, it doesn't mean that I'm not autistic. It actually just means that I'm not suffering enough under autism that a diagnostic is evaluated worth it. Um, and this is, to me, this is really interesting because we use the system also like the numbers of the system, right? Like we used to evaluate how many people are autistic, how many people do have ADHD, how many people are this and that and whatever. While the system isn't even asking for that. The system is asking whether how much you suffer, like if you suffer enough under it, and if the diagnostic would help you in any way, shape, or form. So we essentially, I think we're evaluating the numbers wrong. Um, and the other thing is, we really like, there's sort of this mentality in society that you low key look down on people who say they're autistic without having like a official diagnosis. While knowing the diagnosis criteria now, you could argue like, no, you're as valid to being autistic as anybody who is diagnosed. It just means like it doesn't like you can be autistic and not get a diagnosis just because they don't see you like suffering enough under it and stuff like this. So like being self-diagnosed autistic is actually not is in like a I don't want to say sadly, but in a weird way, we can't really treat it as less valid than somebody who's actually like diagnosed officially, right? Because the diagnostic criteria are so different. Which is extremely weird to me because I feel like it's really important to sort of to know who you are. Um, so I feel like knowing that you are autistic, even if you don't suffer under it, and even if the diagnosis itself is not really helping you in any way, shape, or form, because you don't really want any money or any like services or anything from the state because of it, but just like knowing it and being able to sort of like also maybe give others the heads up of like, hey, just like, you know, like if I don't, for example, if I don't look you in the eyes while we talk or something, it's like fine, just, you know, I'm autistic. Um like that could also already help. I feel like also just your work, like for your work maybe it could help that you just sort of can tell yourself like, hey, I'm autistic, like I would really appreciate it if we, for example, with this and this and that, I would like more influence on how to like adjust it to my individual preferences. With the other things, I don't mind at all, and I can tell you every day which minute I arrive to work or whatever if you want to have like a better understanding. But yeah, that's not how it is. Hi, Fluffy. How are you doing? I just sort of started talking about autism and the autism diagnostic, actually, because I've been sort of like on the way to this, and last week I think I had the last week um I had the diagnostic talk about autism and the pre-diagnostic talk about autism, and I came back from it like entirely exhausted, and I was like not feeling anything for like a couple days afterwards because it was so emotionally exhausting and also sort of like disruptive to a certain point. And I was just sort of explaining why that was because the questioning actually like tying the red line uh, there maybe makes sense because I think that wasn't as clear formulated. But yeah, so because of this and because of these criteria, the questioning on the questionnaire you go through in order to be sort of like sent over to an actual diagnostic, and also the actual diagnostic, but the pre-diagnostic is worse than this. The pre-diagnostic is really how you describe it best. It's low-key hostile. Like it's really negative. Like I found it to be really, really negative in the questions they ask. Like, it's really focuses a lot on the, like, not because like autism doesn't need to be bad only, right? Like, I see myself as like some of my like might be autistic traits are really something where I feel like this is good about myself. Like I love this about myself. And in this pre-diagnostics, all the questionnaires are so focused to find out how much you suffer under it that they only ask for the suffering part. And you really also, because the DSM-5 is sort of referencing it as like a um, yeah, like a disorder, like an illness. It's You really feel sort of that attitude in the pre-diagnostic as well. You feel how it's more focused, how, for example, you can't take part in society. How they look, for example, at how you've been a bad friend and a bad human in society. How you can't work, how your life deteriorates because of this. Like the questioning is really, it's really negative. And to me, it really took the air out of this because I felt so much positivity actually around might be being autistic. Because for me, it meant finally understanding myself and understanding how I think and how I work and knowing that I'm not wrong. Like, I'm not knowing, and a friend of mine told me this yesterday actually, and I really loved it. She told me that sometimes it's really comforting to know that you're a normal zebra and not a weird horse. And with this, I align so much. Like, this is exactly what it gave me. Like, it led me to stop picking apart myself and being like, why am I like this? Like, how, like, why can I not be normal? Like, why, like, what has happened in my past that I am like this and stuff like this? And now I can just be like, well, I'm autistic, and that makes entire sense. And it's sort of just changing the attitude around it slightly, but that already helps a lot. Oh. But yeah, that's sort of so that was how the diagnostic, especially the pre-diagnostic, felt. Like it's I don't know, in a weird way, it's really something I feel like you should be prepared for, especially if your therapist is doing that. Like for me, my personal therapist did this pre-diagnostic. And not only is it like feels entirely weird because the attitude around it changes, because all of a sudden your therapist is not your normal therapist anymore, but now he's neutral. He's forcefully neutral. Because he can't be like, oh yeah, you definitely have autism, because he makes the pre-diagnostics. Like he should be neutral on this. This feels different though, and for me, because I'm really hyper aware of these things, it feels like he's hiding something. Which he is, right? Like he's forcefully neutral, so he's hiding his like normal emotions, reactions to this, right? Um, but yeah, it's a feeling which is really uncomfortable, especially with your personal therapist, where you should feel safe. And I think this is something where a heads up would have really been nice. An explanation beforehand would have really been nice, but they didn't do that. So I don't know. I just wanted to let you know that if anybody of you is ever going through like a diagnostic and also with their personal therapist, be aware they need to be neutral. Like the attitude is going to change. Your therapist is not going to feel like your normal therapist anymore because they aren't in that situation. They're going to be the diagnostic person rather than your therapist. And the second thing, your therapist actually doesn't hate you, but the questioning is probably just really negative, and it's like, you're the problem, and tell me how much of a problem you are. Because this is how the DSM-5 sort of like treats these, well, disorders. And it can feel really disheartening and it can feel low-key unsafe. Um, but it's probably nothing personal, and your therapist is gonna switch back to normal afterwards. But to me, this felt really disconnecting and it felt really off. And I'm really happy that I actually had a person which has gone through this diagnostic as well, because she's already diagnosed with autism, and who could tell me how this actually comes to be, that this is actually not a questionnaire about whether you are autistic or not, but whether you are suffering under autism enough that the state needs to finance you, and you probably will get something out of it. Like there's like it's a different equation than if you just have autism or not. And yeah, it's probably the same for any diagnostic. I think so too. I feel like ADHD has been the same as well. But ADHD didn't feel so weird to me because I didn't have much of a connection with that, with the other, because it was at the old therapist anyway, so that was fine. But yeah, this can feel really shitty. Um, so I feel like it's really nice to know this beforehand, actually. Because this is so, I don't know, like I feel like they should tell you beforehand, and I don't really know why they don't, because it doesn't really make sense to me that they don't. But yeah, this is sort of what yeah, the diagnostic experience I have. But yeah, have you ever made any diagnostic, Fluffy? It's an autistic trait that you suffer under changed environment. I don't think this specifically, I don't think is an autistic trait, but just a human trait, because you have made a connection with somebody and then that person changes behavior and you don't know why if you're not being told why. Now that I know why, it's like, okay, fine. I don't like it. I still think it's stupid, and that's an autistic trait. Um, but it's like fine. But yeah, I don't. Uh, I think like any person would feel that way. If their therapist all of a sudden has like a really negative attitude towards them and is forcibly like hiding something and neutral. Yeah. But I'm definitely like, I'm more aware of this, I guess, than others, maybe. Like, others would maybe like brush it under the carpet, where for me, I'm like, there is something. I know it. Tell me now. I need to know. Don't lie to me. Because this is also, I actually don't know if this is entirely an autistic trait. I think this might be a trauma trait. Um, because I do think the reason why I've been like, why I am so aware of this is probably because I'm autistic, and I'm like, I trained to be aware of this because I noticed that it's important. But I think the part of wanting like a complete explanation, like I personally, in these moments where people change, because this happens quite often actually. Um, this happens, for example, also just like on a regular day, right? Like there's sometime like you feel fine, and then there's a point where you've like overdrawn the bow, and it's like, that's not a saying in English, I'm pretty sure. I'm so sorry. But where it's been like too much, but you still have to get something done. And then you don't really feel like doing something. You might feel disconnected because you push down emotions, because you have to push through something and stuff like this. And it's that window. Most people change energy logically. To me, that window, if I don't have like a really transparent person in front of me, um, who's not really able to verbally explain what's going on, but is more avoidant and dismissive, also towards themselves, is going to try to hide that from themselves as well. Also, in that case, going to try to hide that from me in the conversation. Um, in these moments, sort of try to find out what's wrong, but the people usually don't give, like, they just straight up lie to you, basically. But they also lie to themselves. So it's not like viciously lying, but it's more like, I don't want this to be true, lying. Um, like they're not aware of it themselves. This is a really annoying situation for me because with people I know, I usually know what's going on. And I would absolutely like, if I would let loose, if I could have everything I want, I would want an explanation, a proper scientifical line out what is going on in their body. What is the reason? Am I the reason? Do I need to change? Am I expected to change? How does this change the connection between us? Is that person gonna turn resentful and hostile or not? And like basically like a proper outline. And I think this is sort of like it's combined with autism, but it's more trauma trait, I think. Yeah. Hi, welcome back, Hamsi. That was fast. Oh, yikes. What was it? But yeah, so that's diagnostics. I'm making some notes to this. Don't mind me for a second. Okay. Hmm. Ah, yikes. Okay, unlucky, MC. I don't want to go too deep with it, but yeah, I experienced some diagnostic therapy. Oh, okay. So, you also. Were you told beforehand that it's gonna be like this? And was it by a person where you thought, like, they're gonna, like, where you knew them apart from the diagnostics? And where you, like, felt the switch? I really love how you say like you would therapize yourself completely with loud music while cleaning your room, even though you're clearly not fully therapized. I'm glad you're here. But you can also like always take breaks in between. Don't worry. Yeah, but it blasts every bad thought out of my brain for this time. This is coping, not therapy. Never liked therapy and it never helped. I was just uncomfortable all the way through. Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Especially since I have like such a good experience with therapy. I'm just sort of sad that you didn't have that. Because I feel like for me it's like really something where I think like this is, I don't know, like it's so nice. Really? That's odd. I feel like that's not necessarily also like a bad thing for therapy. It just means that you're not stupid and you need a smart therapist, I think. Like personally. But I mean, low-key, maybe that therapist was self-aware enough to know that he's no match. I don't know. Like, I'm really glad that I have my therapist because even though I do think I'm also like self-aware to the point, like, I don't know, uh, how compared to you or anything. But I'm definitely self-aware to some extent. And I don't know, I feel like still my therapist can help me like really well, especially with like I don't know, especially with usually with like stuff which is like low key um how do I phrase that? And like it usually starts with a concept that's simple, and then I like talk back, and then he's like, yeah, but you see the consequence, right? And then I'm like, okay, get it? I'm not able to think my way out of this. Fair. Um and then it's been so long since I had like proper therapy. Like I had like this week I had proper therapy, but this week was more like a catching up session. And then last week was the diagnostic, and the week before was the diagnostic, and then I was in Germany, and the topic sort of like it was different than our usual sessions because the whiteboard was basically not available. I don't even know. Like that's a lucky thing. I don't need to remember my therapy. I don't know. I just take the stuff and then do it. Like I never remember like usually there's homework to therapy. Um or like sometimes sort of depends on the stage you were in, right? Um but for me it's sort of like I never remembered the homework, and then I came back and he was like, "Have you done the homework?" And I was like, what was it specifically again? It was like this and that. And then I was like, actually, I did. I didn't remember I need to do this, but I did. And this is sort of how stuff works for me because it's like once I understood a concept or was made aware of something, and it's like I actually align with it from like the like seeing it as useful, seeing it as like a better way to do stuff, then I just do it. And I usually like, of course, there's like some situations where if there's like an emotional response connected to it or like fear connected to it and stuff like this, it's like, yeah, there's situation where I still avoid it. Or just sort of like, I'm like in my emotions stuck. And then I only recognize later or something. But it's definitely like from that point on, like once I got that, it's like getting better and better, which is really, really nice because at the beginning of therapy, like especially before I thought being autistic might be me, um, I didn't really get how to do like how like what to really like couldn't relate with all the things in therapy. Um, and now it's sort of like uh, I don't know, it just sort of got better. Also, really got better with my communication with my therapist. Go eat. Ooh, yeah. For me, this is, for example, also something where I always thought, like, what's wrong with me? But apparently, this is something like really normal for autistic people that you don't feel hunger. Like, you only have appetite and then you have pain. um, and that's also the case for like if you have to being thirsty, for example, is like a feeling which is really hard to feel, sort of, or like common for autistic people to be really hard to feel. Which back then, oh my god, I had headaches the entire time because I wasn't drinking enough. At some point, I had that figured out, and then later on, only came the chronic headaches. So, well, yikes. Um, but yeah, it's tough. I don't know, like genuinely also just like other emotions. It's sort of like it's really it's in a weird way it's really funny, I feel like, to have this autistic traits of like not really getting your emotions and like feeling them like feeling your body like sort of like a third person instead of like a first person. Because like I feel like I genuinely I don't know if that like I still don't really believe you guys, okay? But apparently normal people just feel their emotions and just feel hunger and stuff like this. Um but also just feel sadness, just feel like they know what they feel and they can actually like pinpoint it like really well and stuff like this. Where for me, I just can't. Like it's really like I usually notice that I feel like crying because there's like a weird uh tingly feeling in my nose where it's like I don't know, it feels weird. And then my eyes get watery and my throat, like everything here gets like really um hydrated all of a sudden for no reason. Um, and then maybe my chest feels like somebody's doing like pressing on my chest. Um, and then angry is like easy because angry I scream at people. That's when I'm angry. Problem fixed. Um, and then with like it's really hard to feel internalized emotions. Like emotions which I usually internalized, really weird to feel. Um it's also like I sometimes have situations where I have um like low key like a panic attack. It's like it's usually like a discussion where the other person is answering with ego, but talking still about facts. And it's a topic for me where I'm emotionally invested. For example, like sexism. Um, but I didn't acknowledge that it's like an emotion, like a personal topic for me beforehand, because I just like it usually starts with a conversation which was just about like some studies or something or some numbers I remembered and was like, hey, this is interesting. I'm going to tell this. And then all of a sudden it turned into this like discussion where that other person is now personally offended for no reason. Or, well, maybe they are within the statistics. And me being confused because why is that person offended? Offended myself because of their stupid arguments and they don't want to listen to my arguments anymore. Where I know I'm right, but I'm not being listened to. And now I have to talk to a person which is talking stupid, but making it sound like they're not stupid. Because in our society, bad discussions are really normalized. So this is sort of the combination. Like, it's a combination out of stress, confusion, anger, and then there's suppressed sadness, because this is in a weird way also about me and my experience. But I'm not aware of this in that moment. And then I sort of get like a panic attack. Because it's like I feel like all of these emotions at the same time, but I'm not like actually aware of them, right? So what I do notice is that I get like shaky. I turn cold. My throat feels like it's like cutting off. Um, my voice gets higher. I get less air. Um, my body feels like really like crampy, sort of. Um, and if I were to let go, I feel like screaming and crying at the same time. Um, yeah, but because I'm unaware of emotions, this because I'm unaware of emotions, right? And I'm stuck in this conversation where I'm like, you're stupid. See that you're stupid. Like, you don't even make sense. Like, I don't know why you dismiss my argument stupidly, but this doesn't like I'm confused by the sudden stupidity of the other person, because I know that person is usually not stupid, but right now they're giving me attitude for no reason. But they're not being honest with their own feelings because they're apparently offended, and that's why they act that way. But I don't know why they're offended, because we're talking about studies. Why are you offended? But yeah, because I'm caught up in that like logical sort of this, well, logical, but more of like logical discussion, and then these feelings come up. And I've learned that in childhood, that if you show feelings, nobody's going to take you seriously anymore. It's like I try to suppress those feelings. Meanwhile, I stay in that discussion because I don't want to lose it, because that's also what we learned in society, that the the discussions need a public winner, and I hate that. And the public winner is not decided by common sense, sadly. But yeah, so the point is, I stay in a toxic situation. And that situation doesn't need to necessarily be toxic because of the other person. Like they're not necessarily at fault for this or anything. But it's a situation which is, for me, myself, toxic, and I don't take the exit. And that's why I get a panic attack. Because I don't leave. I stay in that. And then I suppress. And at some point, you can't suppress anymore. And even though if you can and get out of that situation, you suppressed so many emotions at the same time, and there were so many emotions involved that it's really like a whole bunch of stuff you need to figure out afterwards, and you need to like regulate afterwards. So these situations are really stressful. Yeah. But now I sort of like I know way better. Like I understand these, like how these situations come to be way better. So now I'm able to, first of all, anticipate them beforehand, and second of all, sort of like collect myself before it gets bad, because I notice these emotions rising up. Well, actually, I noticed the situation first because I have really good pattern recognition. Autistic trait. So I noticed the situation and I'm like, oh, I remember. This is one of those situations where I get a panic attack. And then I like look for signals in my body. I'm like, what am I feeling? And then I'm like, panic attack signals. So then I can be like, okay, so now I take a breather, you know? I'm just, okay, I feel all of this. And I know the future of this situation. It's like, I know if I stay and I don't change how the conversation works, but if I stay in this like head-to-head type conversation, then I'm gonna get a full-blown panic attack. So I'm gonna diffuse this situation right here, and I know how to diffuse that situation as well because I understand that situation properly. So I know that I usually have like suppressed emotional attachment to the situation. Because while I didn't recognize this, there's some link to either my inner child or something like that. For example, a situation where I've been sexually harassed and stuff like this, or a different, like if it's in a talk about sexism, but something which is like related to that, where I feel like that other person is like not listening to me, sort of, or like that other person is judging me for this other situation right now, if they keep believing that way, and then I'm not safe around that person. But yeah, I was able to then in these situations just sort of be like, hey, when you say it like this, it sounds to me like this and this and that, which makes me feel like this and this and that crap. And then with some people, I don't know if it works with all people, but with some people, for example, my mom, where I was actually really surprised, I didn't expect that of her. But my mom instantly sort of like stepped back and was like, oh, that's not what I wanted. If that doesn't help you, don't do it. I just meant that for myself. Blah, 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 whatever. This wasn't about sexism. And then it was fine. So in that moment, it was really about sort of like handling these emotions and being there for myself better in these situations. And I feel like that's sort of like what you what you can get from therapy if you, well, if therapy works for you, if your therapist works for you, I think. I definitely have multiple people who are like, I know multiple people who are therapists where I'm like, this wouldn't work for me. Um, like for example, the head therapist, like the technically the boss of my therapist. Um, he's one of those people where I just know we don't click. Like I need to handle him in conversations because he's not handling himself. Um, like I would definitely I would go crazy. Like he's low key like too close to my mom. And then there's been like my intake at that institution was with a different woman, and I also really didn't like her. Um, and then before I was at this other institution and had a therapist, and she was nice, but the therapy felt useless, and I felt like she's also like I don't really like I can't really help you. And actually she was saying that as well. Like she was like, "Okay, I don't think we can help you here, but I'm going to send you over to the specialist." So, I at least got to the right point because of that. But yeah, so there's definitely like you need to find a person which you click with, I think. Um which is definitely hard if there's not enough therapists generally. But yeah. With emotions though, this is why at the beginning I was diagnosed as bipolar. Um, and uh, that I didn't really feel my emotions was essentially explained through trauma because this can also be a trauma symptom. Um, so yeah, it doesn't necessarily change how you treat them though. It can, but it's usually more dependent on like your type and what works for you. Instead of like that's really funny actually, sort of. But in therapy, it's not too important. Like I thought therapy is all about getting to the bottom of things and then like resolving that point and then like everything else falls away. Um that's not too often the case actually. Like there's some therapy ways which work like that, but some of the times it's just sort of like, okay, you have that specific problem and we're gonna fix that problem. Like we're gonna help you fix that issue. We don't really need to understand where it's coming from. And I think if it's not to something related, which you can like, I think that's sort of like probably what they figure out. Like they try to figure out, like, okay, can we fix the cause or can we probably not fix the cause? And if they say like, okay, we can't fix the cause because either you're neurodivergent as fuck or it's like something which is so deep within you that we're not gonna fix it or whatever. Like I don't know how this like necessarily work, but I think like if you can't fix it, it's usually like if you can't fix the cause of it, you can still fix the symptom of it. And just help someone to like cope in a healthy way instead of in an unhealthy way. So I think, for example, with these situations, I feel like low-key everybody has some situations where they feel like really triggered and like everything is gonna set them off. And don't really feel like this is necessarily unusual. Um, but how you deal with these situations can be helped. And I think this is like sort of how you turn out strong after going through like negative stuff because you learn more tools of how to deal with those things and then you can appear stronger to others because you have learned healthy coping mechanisms. So when you actually do end up in a bad situation again, which low key, if you've been in therapy and you've had major trauma, you're gonna end up in triggering situations throughout your life. That's just gonna happen. But they're gonna give you the tools so you can handle them. And I feel like that's how then you appear strong to others who didn't have to learn those tools. Um, while you need those tools because otherwise like everything's going to shit. But yeah, I don't know. So I don't think it's necessarily making you stronger, but it's setting your priorities straight. And I guess that's why you then learn like life skills which are maybe underappreciated by others. Because I feel like, for example, like emotional regulation is like a huge part of therapy, and it's low-key underappreciated by general society. So I don't know. Or, for example, just being able to voice and sort of accurate verbally articulate what you want to say and what you feel and what you need and what you expect from others and your boundaries and all of those things. I feel like this is also something you rather learn through, like, as a person who has gone through something and has recovered from that, because you need that to recover. And then they, like, for example, see that stream and are like, oh man, she's so like, oh, she's really gotten strong for her trauma and stuff like this. Like, no, my trauma didn't make me strong. Me being strong, surviving that, coming back from it, that made me strong. Which was like, it was like eat or die type situation. Like, like we need to, like, really, like, we can't romanticize trauma, okay? Like, this is like, we don't, we can't romanticize trauma knowing suicide rates. Like, this is major. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Like, we know there is enough people who do not come out stronger because they do not come out of it. So this whole perspective where we romanticize suffering and hard times and trauma and any of that is like absolutely problematic, because we idealize that like hard times and stuff like this are just like that they're like a necessary part of life. Like, and while I do believe that we shouldn't, like, our goal in life shouldn't be to avoid any negative feelings and any negative situations, because I think like then we don't really live a life worth living, because trying to avoid all that would basically mean to live in a closet. But I don't think we can use that as an explanation to make traumatizing people, treating people badly. We can't make that seem righteous. So hard times are a necessary part of life. You're gonna get strong through hard times. Like, we can't romanticize it in a way where we basically let people believe that we should be thankful to the people who hurt us because they made us stronger. My trauma didn't make me stronger. My trauma made me nearly die. But I chose to live. I made myself strong enough to live with this. And I feel like that's where the credit needs to lie. Like, for any, like, it's so annoying, I think, how while talking about it like this, we give credit to the perpetrator. We're like, oh, your parents who abused you, they made you stronger. Good parents. What the fuck? And while we don't actively mean it like this, I think in most cases at least, we don't really feel like we say this like, oh, like we do say, oh, like this made you stronger or made you such a strong person though. And we don't really necessarily mean like, oh, your parents were good parents. Um, but it's still, it gives credit to the wrong party. It gives credit to the hardships and not how you overcome them. And I think that's so weird. Like, it's so unreasonable because I feel like if you see it from a third person perspective, you can't tell me this makes sense to you. Like, I feel like a lot of things in our society, if you see it from a third person perspective, babes, don't try to, don't try to argue. Like, you just say that because you're like part of that party. You just say that because you don't, like, you can't take it something else being real. Because honestly, it's a sucky thought. Like, thinking about, like, well, I would have maybe been like an even greater person if I haven't lived through that trauma. That sucks. Like, that sucks ass. But I'm not gonna be the person being like, oh, my dad made me stronger through his emotional abuse. Definitely no. Like, I as a child, I deserved better. And I feel like it's honestly, it's not sending the right message to ourselves. Because the funny thing is, our words hold more meaning than we think. Like, I feel like a lot of the time we just throw out words and we just feel like, oh, they're just words. Like, if I on the inside think differently, they don't really, like, they don't influence me. They do. Like, we actually know that, for example, with like jokes, there's been a study analyzing misogynistic jokes. And they basically found out that, especially with jokes, you tie misogynistic events or situations or like the things you make jokes about, like just misogynistic things, you tie them to dopamine because haha, funny. And the more you do this, the closer those things come together. And all of a sudden, misogyny as a topic and not like in like irony and sarcasm or whatever, but just misogyny straight as a topic is connected to dopamine. So now hitting your wife feels good, or making shitty comment feels good, and not in a joking manner. And it's like I feel like we need to be aware of what we say is going to influence what we think and who we are. Like, words hold meaning. And way more than we think. So I don't know, like I'm not gonna tell my inner child that it was good that we went through so much bullshit. I'm not gonna tell my inner child that the emotional abuse I lived through was good in the end. Like, you know what fucking like do you know what message that is to myself? Like, you have that inner child in you, right? Like, imagine that child before you. And then you're just like, yeah, but like, it's gonna be worth it. Like, in 10 years, like, this is, you gotta think good about this. Like, you're gonna, like, be happy that you lived through this. No. What the fuck? No. That's not gonna be that's so, oh my god. I hate this so much, genuinely. I think it's such a hurtful articulation of trauma. I think it's really, really disrespectful to ourselves and to the pain we lived through. Because this was no, like, let's not try to romanticize trauma. Let's not try to excuse the shitty things we went through. Like, let's see them as how they are, you know? Like, we don't need to grieve over them for like years and years and years and years and never get over them, of course. But we also don't need to gaslight ourselves and believing, oh, it was good that it happened. Like, no, it wasn't. I don't know. Like, it's a different question if I would like choose if, like, if I could choose now if that never happened. Because, yeah, I guess I would be a different person then. And I don't know if I want to be a different person now. Now, also, like, it's really hard to predict what type of different person you would be, right? And like that sounds like scary to me to try to predict this. But I don't need to need to say it was like a good thing or anything. Like I don't need to, you know, like I can proud of myself for working through it, but I don't need to be proud of myself for being in there. And I feel like it's good that we recognize sort of like how grave the things were we've come over, so that we feel brave and then we can be brave in the future and feel like we can actually do stuff. We can actually survive stuff. Like we're good, we're strong, we're capable. Because especially in trauma survivors or childhood abuse survivors or just trauma of any kind, a lot of a lot of the time you just feel broken and weak and like a victim. And I feel like having the perspective actually that you're really strong to come out of this would be so helpful to feel safer in your skin. It would be so helpful to feel hopeful in the future and to feel like, you know what? If I survive that, I'm gonna live a good life because nothing can take me down. And I feel like what the way more prevalent feeling is that if you live through something like this, if you live through hurtful times, that you feel actually insecure about yourself. And then you feel like, oh my God, I worry that like something happens because that's gonna take me down. Like I worry that I don't know, other people could be like this or like break my trust or whatever because it took so long for me to get out of it the last time. But you got out. There's some people who don't, you know, like there's worse cases, you know, and we don't see the worst cases. We always see like somebody who's grieving for years or whatever, and then like, oh yeah, they don't really get over it, huh? Or like that you like struggle with something from like trauma, and that it's like, oh yeah, you're still struggling, like, but you got out of it. You know, like you survived. That's the first thing. And like it could be worse. And I feel like we sort of do need to give ourselves credit for what we have achieved. And I don't know, because it only like for me, it really like with therapy, like I always felt like I also had that mindset of like I'm not necessarily weak, but I felt so fragile. Like I felt easily threatened because I thought I'm fragile. And I felt like I'm really sensitive and like everything is like giving me a bad day and stuff like this. The funny thing is, I then had like a like an intake talk or like a diagnostic or whatever. I don't know anymore what it specifically was, where it was essentially evaluated how good I can regulate my emotions and how resilient I am. And I would have expected, like, I was in that talk with that person. I was insecure. I was crying. I I was angry. I felt all of the things, like it was about the trauma, like back then, like of course, like so many emotions came up. And I felt like, well, this person is now just gonna tell me like in a report how fucked up I am and how broken I am. And the funny thing is they didn't. They actually in the report they said I'm really resilient. I can regulate my emotions well. Like I cried and within a couple minutes I regulated my emotions to be fine again. And to, for example, then leave the like bureau I was in with that person and go outside and stuff like this. Like they actually saw a whole different side where I was so like that was so unexpected. But I feel like it's really like a side, like a perspective we rarely see. And I feel like it could help if we were to see our strength. Because I think we're just way too easy to see our weakness instead of our strength. But yeah. By the way, you can also put pictures. Um, well, okay, maybe not that one. Actually, this one would be for the mental health channel, I think. But otherwise, it can also be general. Like you can technically you can post pictures in any channel in the Discord. The pictures themselves should sort of like align with the topic of the channel. But yeah, I don't know. Talking about your issues can be like really challenging sometimes. But yeah, apparently, like even if you like talk about them and like cry and sob and use a whole lot of uh, uh, paper tissues and stuff like this, you can still be resilient, apparently. So, yeah. It's like, it's fine if it's hard, you know? And you can also write your therapist a letter about topics where you don't feel like you know how to talk about them, or where you feel like you're just gonna like cry and not be able to talk at all. And yeah, since I cried full on sobbing. Means either good life or suppressed emotions. So sort of depends if that's good or bad. What do you think about it? For me, I don't know, it wasn't long. Mm. Mm. Well, in Germany for sure. When I had my period then. But I think also since then, I think I just had like a day where I was like, I don't remember quite accurately, but I thought I had a day where I just felt like really overwhelmed and then just like crying just made it better. think. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I guess everybody knows what their how strong they are, like if they can handle something or if they can't handle something. So for my goal of life, I just generally know that suppressing something would not really work. Um, but to each their own. Sorry, I got absolutely derailed. I just like soft things in these situations because it's like I don't know, I'm like low key overwhelmed because I'm like I don't really know what to say to this because I think everybody it's their own choice essentially, right? And I personally I think it's sad to suppress something. And I personally I just know what suppressing stuff did for me, right? Um but I don't know better. Like so it like to you it can be like really different than to me. I just know that like I don't know, confronting something is of course hard, but I just I don't know, I don't really want to encourage anyone else in the stream to just be like, "Oh well, but better that it's suppressed." Because I think like for you I feel like it's because of how oh ads yeah it's good timing. Do you all have ad blocker? Which is like good for you, you know? I don't like judge you. But I'm just like, for me, the ad is still like for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. So it's like, how is it? Huh? But good. I don't mind. um to me, my ads are technically supposed to be 3 minutes. Like that what Twitch is telling me. Like I have the pop-up in the chat which is telling me ad break ends in now 1 minute 40. But before it was like 3 minutes. So and this is technically also what I set in the settings. So I don't know what Twitch is doing, but the settings are not aligning with what happened, like what you guys come back to me with, you know? Like what I see, what my ads should be, and what I put in the settings is very different from that. But well, I don't mind. Like I think you like technically you report with ads way less back to me than the bare minimum I need to set in settings. Because the bare minimum I have to set in settings is 3 minutes per hour, which is a ton. So if you guys only have 15 seconds per hour, amazing. I don't know if that's the case, but that would be amazing. Like the last ads thing was That's long ago already. 12:30. And now it's 2:30. So it's like every 2 hours, 15 seconds. I mean, that would be amazing. um, anyways, I got so sidetracked. Where was I? I had a good sentence. Um, yeah, I just, I guess I just, I think for you, it's like it's sort of like a more special situation, right? Because you can like physically see your emotional states. Um, versus for others who just, I don't know. I think like your suppressing is still like different from other people suppressing, maybe. Um, so I think maybe for you, there's this option where you just suppress one thing and like the other is not or something. But I think like on a general basis, I just know how hurtful and harmful suppressing emotions can be. So I'm sort of like whenever you say that, I'm just worried. Like I'm worried for others in chat because I'm like, please don't suppress stuff. Like please don't take that as the solution. Like that's really like later on it's gonna bite you in your ass. And for you, I just sort of like I hope that you're right and it's better for you, but I just don't. Yeah, I just hope that that's the case. And to the thing with, yeah, I guess I wouldn't want that on stream. But that is something for me to handle, and I can't see someone helping me with that. If you would want to, we could sort of like schedule a talk off stream. Like if you would someone to talk to, um, like we can do that, you know? Like yeah. So just sort of think about it. Like it's definitely, of course, it's like not my preferred. Well, I don't know if I prefer it or not. The thing is just I don't want to end up in the situations where I just like can't offer stream anymore because I have so many off stream talks that I'm like emotionally depleted from them and then can't stream anymore. But as long as it's like, you, it's fine. It's gonna be fine. So yeah. So if you would be interested in that, consider. You can text me, so we could do that or not. I don't take it personal if you don't want to. Like I get it that it can be, I don't know, just you know, like I'm also not like a mental health professional, so I also get if you think like, well, it's not gonna be like do anything or help or whatsoever. Of course, I would be like, okay, but it's fine. um, but yeah, I don't know. Hi, Shift Walker. Thank you for the follow and welcome. How are you? How's your day so far? I really wonder sometimes how my childhood would have looked if my parents would have taught me how to openly talk about emotions like properly. Like imagine a society where act like well articulating your feelings would be normal and like kids would just learn them like this. Like that's something where I'm like, damn, like that must be different. How different would it be? You're fine. Good, good. Um, how am I? Let me take a second to figure that out, actually. Because to me, emotions are sort of quite hard. One of the autistic traits I have. Mm, I think I noticed that I'm like tense. Yeah, like tense or low key stressed. Um, and I feel like that's probably just because the offer I just made fluffy. Because it's like I don't regret it, don't get me wrong. Um it's just that I feel like I hope I can be the person he needs. Like I can offer the help I envision, sort of. And I've never, I don't know, I've in like weird words, I never had like a personal session or whatever, and I know like I'm no therapist or anything, but like it's just having like a one-on-one talk is in a weird way seems is more. I don't know. It seems more stressful than talking on stream to be. I don't know. Like that doesn't make real sense. But yeah, I don't know why actually. That doesn't really make sense. But I think it's just maybe that it's like I don't know, it's not really more intense, is it? Maybe it's more intense. Um yeah, I think it's just because I've never done that before. And I'm sort of like, okay, how will that be? How like will I like am I gonna be able to do that? Or like how is it gonna turn out? Like is it gonna be nice? Is it not gonna be nice? Is it maybe gonna be like yeah, yeah, exactly. It's sort of like uncertain. Like there is no like having like expectations for me sort of like give me safety. Like if I feel confident in my expectation, I sort of feel safer with the situation and what I'm doing because I'm like I sort of feel like low-key prepared for it. But yeah, because it's like an uncertain thing because I've never done it before and I don't really know what to expect from it. It's sort of this like, okay, like how do I prepare for it? Like how is it gonna like yeah, just like so many questions. And I think honestly just having those questions, even though like I don't really expect anything like bad from any of those questions. But just having those questions is I think stressing me out a little bit. Um but that's fine. Uh like I don't know. I can like it's not I really want to emphasize here that it's not bad that I feel this. Okay? Like I like this is like to anybody like also like sharing here in stream and or for example maybe with Fluffy then it's like I really want to emphasize that this is nothing bad. Like you're not a burden or anything. This is not making life hard for me or anything. If I didn't want to do this, I wouldn't offer it. Um it is something which happens, of course. And for example, also like after these streams, I usually take like 1 or 2 days off from streaming because it's emotionally exhausting. Like that's definitely the case. Um but it's not like I don't regret it and it's not bad. It's not I just like the day after, I usually like crochet, I watch some series, I maybe journal, stuff like this, you know? Like it's it's not making life hard for me or anything. It's not negative. I don't see it as negative. It's just like I really love doing this. And thank you for the follow again. And also hi. But yeah, I really enjoy doing this. I enjoy being here for you and being able to, I don't know, to offer, I guess, some support, just a person who listens, who maybe understands, uh, who can give some emotional support, you know. Um, and it's giving me like a feeling of purpose, and I really like doing this. Like I feel like it matters, and that's really important to me. Because I really like helping people, even though it's exhausting. Um, and so that's what I sort of wanted to emphasize on this, because at any point here when I talk about how I am and how I'm feeling, it can sort of like I don't want anyone to leave with the message of being like, oh, well, Crate is actually like exhausted from this, and like it's not good that I tell her that much, or it's not good that I like put on her these emotions, like I'm burdening her with them, or like I don't want to stress her out and like stuff like this. Like no, like please do use that offer, and I'm really like I feel honored if you do. Um, but yeah, but yeah, otherwise I think uh I feel good. Um, I also feel like excited because I've been like I'm all the time I'm like staring at this and like my whole crochet stuff here and also this. And I'm like really excited to finish this jellyfish because I'm like, is it gonna look nice or is it gonna look trash? Like do I gift it away or do I keep it? um, and actually, yeah, I feel quite good. I've had therapy yesterday. Um, wait, yesterday or the day before? I think the day before. I think on Tuesday. Yeah, on Tuesday. Um, but it felt good. It was a session where we just talked about my progress and how I really feel myself at the moment. And I genuinely feel like I'm getting to the point where I might be done with therapy soon. And it feels scary. Like I notice how my stomach is sort of like pulling in when I say this even. And how I sort of like I feel like a little bit like crying because it has been like a long part of my life. And I really like my therapist. But I also feel so proud of myself. Yeah. I never thought it would be possible like this. Like I thought I was so broken, so fragile. I thought I considered this life not really worth much. And now it's just I don't know, I feel purpose. I have things I really like doing, you know? Like I really love my life, I don't know. And I feel like myself, and that feels good. It feels like I can stand to myself. Like I feel like I'm a good person. I'm proud of myself. I love myself. and that feels good. So, yeah. I think that's how I feel. If that answers your question, Shift Walker. So, I'm quickly catching up with the messages. So last message from Fluffy. If you want to, we can do that, but I think it would just help you to understand me more. But I don't want to burden anyone with something I personally can only do something about. Well, I think that's the same with therapy, right? Like, the only person who can change my life is me. Still glad that I talked to my therapist. um, so I feel like if you want to do this, like if you want to like talk to me off stream sometime, it's like we can definitely do that. Like I said, um, I I wouldn't phrase it like I don't think the purpose should be that just sort of for my sake that I understand you more, but I would really like the purpose to be that it helps you, that you feel better. And if you feel better because somebody understands you and you feel understood by someone else, like, for example, you rarely feel, or something like this, then that's amazing. And that's a valid reason. Um, but I would like to go in this, consider it like knowing that it's something you do for you, you know? Like you take on this offer for yourself. So, yeah. Being the ear to listen to, exactly. Because I feel like, I don't know, I think people deserve better. And I think there's so many. There's so many hurting people outside, and it's just, I don't know. I had a bad night. Family doesn't listen. My concerns get blown off because they don't seem like a big deal to them. I'm really sorry for you. Also sorry that you had to wait for my reaction to this. Must have been a bit frustrating. Especially since I was talking about how I like my life. Well, like, do you want to share your concerns? But I think it's really. I'm really sorry that you weren't seen by your family. Like, this hurts. Like, this sucks. Especially just because they don't seem a big deal to them. Like, it's completely dismissing your point of view. Do you think there's a way how you, I don't know, how you can try to communicate them in a different way and then they maybe listen? Or under different circumstances or something like this? Like, do you think there's a way how you can reach them? Because I feel like, to me at least, sometimes with family especially, it's been the case that it's just, I don't know, like, there's so much going on, so many patterns going on, especially, that sometimes it's not even like something personal standing between you and they just don't want to listen to you, but just that, I don't know. I feel like with my mom, a lot of the time there's standing between us, like ego, you know? And I feel like in some situations I can uh, help, or I can influence like how much stands between us, by, for example, how many people are around us. So about some things, for example, I don't know, it's like easier to talk with my mom about it if I uh, have her like on my own, sort of, and it's like a one-on-one talk. Um, and there's been some things I wanted to talk to my mom about, which I haven't been able to, even though I was like visiting her for like 3.5 weeks because she was working the entire time. And I just feel like if she's in her like working mode, it's like really hard to sort of like get her in like a really emotionally available state. Um, and it's like easier to, I don't know, I guess like emotionally overwhelm her with stuff. Um, so I've talked to her that I wanted to take like a one-on-one vacation with her, like a mom-daughter vacation. And apparently we're gonna do it sometime this year. And then I hope I can talk to her about some more serious things. Um, and that's sort of how I try to handle that. But maybe your situation is entirely different and it's not really something uh like this type of like being blown off, but more sort of viciously. So do you want to explain it a bit more in depth? Or can we do something for you? There's this book um I have read, which actually fits this topic really well. It's not big, like you see. It's like really tiny, actually. Um, and it's called The Drama of the Gifted Child: The Search for the True Self. And well, you guys probably know that gifted child usually uh, is described as like genius kids. This is basically in general about the parent-child dynamic. Um, it's not so much a self-help book, because there's no it doesn't really focus on like identifying an issue and then shows you how to fix the issue. Um, but what this book is sort of like context. Um, it explains really well how certain dynamics influence us, especially in childhood. How they influence our parents and how our parent us and how available they are to us, and us as children and how we sort of like interpret what is going on. And it sort of explains really well this really easy disconnection between parents and their kids, and how, from the view of kids, how do I say this? Like, childhood is really, really complicated. Because so many situations, it's really normalized to dismiss your kids. And, well, sort of like trying my best game, I said, to just blow off their concerns, because to you they don't seem like a big deal. And this starts in the earliest childhood, when you throw a tantrum in the grocery store because you don't get some candy or something, or where you start screaming and crying because you lost your mum, um, to then later on turning into toxic relationships with your partner because you still maintained the attachment style you had to your parents, and you looked for that attachment style in your partner as well. And that's how you sort of like continue the toxic cycle between you and your parents with your partner and in your love life. Um, so it's sort of like a, like, it's how many pages are there? This is the appendix, works cited. So this is normal text, and okay. So the book has 119 pages. So it's literally like, it's 119 pages, and it explains all of this really nicely. I really like this book. There's some things to this book where I don't like. I think it could have been sometimes a little less harsh stated. Like, I think some statements are really definitive. Um, and sort of like deterministically stated, which I personally don't really like, because I feel like, since the topic is psychology, and since she's using like a lot of real life examples in this as well, at some points it does feel a little harsh, because of this. Because it's so like, yeah, well, like A happened and then B happened. That's just math, you know? Um, Even though there's, of course, like always individuality in this. Um, but I feel like, for someone who's not as, I guess, as picky and as perfectionistic about this topic, this is a really great book, which, in very short form, explains a lot of the context um, you as a child usually lack, to sort of understand what went wrong or what's going on in that moment. And I feel like it can really help to sort of understand why, like, why your parents act that way and how they act that way, and how it influences you, and why it's valid how it's influencing you, and sort of to understand this pattern which is going on between you and your parents, and to understand how this is picking up again in your relationship and in your life throughout, and maybe in your worldview as well. And I feel like a little context in these areas can really help to get to know yourself better, and to deal with all of this better, to just handle it better. Because it helps to don't feel personally hurt by a lot of things, and just sort of because you see the context of them. Um, and it helps to have a little bit grace with yourself as well, I think. And yeah, that's why I personally really like it, especially for this topic. And I think considering it's actually, yeah, only 119 pages, where I thought this would be more, but apparently it wasn't. Um, I don't know. I think it's worth reading. I feel like, especially by the way, if you have kids, before you have kids, yep. Not as of kids. Like, so yeah, that's the book I really liked for this. I also have like a post about this book on my TikTok where, well, I essentially say the same thing I told you guys now. But if you ever feel like, oh no, like what did she say about this book, or like what was that book called again? On my TikTok is that post. There's not many posts, so you'll find it. um, what should we talk about next, guys? Because I have actually um like we could of course go a little bit more in depth about like this book specifically. Um, but otherwise we could also talk about go more in depth about like the relationship and how it. Hmm. I could actually explain you guys uh, about a sort of like a model about trauma my therapist told me about, which I thought was like really interesting. Oh my god, this is so good. Um, and I feel like this is sort of attaching to the topic we had before. So I feel like this is nice to bring up. Um, I want, I feel like writing something down while I do this to keep track of what we talk about, so that I don't like miss any parts of this. Um, but you have to go to a shop today, but I don't have the energy for it. Oh, can you like? I mean, you could order in something, or like, do you need to go to shop for something else than food? Because like that could maybe Otherwise, maybe you can rest so that you have the energy afterwards, or like in an hour or something. Mm, that would be a good topic as well. So we could also talk about rest. If I rest now, I'm with energy at 3 a.m. Haha! See, exactly. That's why we can talk about rest. Because rest is in fact not only sleeping. Like, I know that if you say it like this, people are like, yeah, okay, like I heard about this. Like, rest can be also like reading a book and stuff like this. But like, I also knew this, but I didn't act like I knew it. And that's sort of like the difference which made a difference. um because there's so many different types of rest, right? Because there's also many different types of exhaustion. Like you could be, for example, like I explained before, when I have these streams, for example, these mental health streams, like the next day and usually the next 2 days, I feel like emotionally exhausted. Or sort of like, yeah, emotionally, I guess is the best word for it. But I sort of feel emotionally exhausted. Doesn't mean that I, for example, like should sleep 13 hours and like not wake up and stuff like this. Like I should have a good night's rest, of course, to not get like physically exhausted as well, and also because of course then I like sleep is really good rest, or usually like any rest, but it's not the best rest or any rest. So, for example, emotionally exhaustion really helps to sort of like it really depends on yourself, right? Um, so it is different for everybody, but to me, what I really noticed is it's a combination of social exhaustion and emotional exhaustion. And what helps me is just watching series and crocheting, doing something on my own where I don't need to talk. I just do something with my hands as well. I do something which I like. I do something which is soft and like nice, and where I can like achieve something, like I can concentrate on something and I have progress I make, but there's no like this unfinished jellyfish has no emotional needs or anything, like it doesn't want anything from me. I can put it away if I want to. I can talk about it bad and be like, this looks so uneven at the top. I really messed this up and I'm about to like open it up again. And then 5 minutes later, I can be like, actually, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna finish it because I've been so far now. I don't want to open it up again. Like, there's like, I feel like this seems like very like, oh yeah, duh, if you talk about it. But like, what we also need to realize is that actually, like, social media and, for example, watching something, like, there's a fine line between coping unhealthily with stuff like this and getting rest. Because it's not that easy to track a lot of this. Did I just touch my? No. So yeah. I'm restless with at least 3 out of 4 of all 7 types. Oof. Okay. Well, I mean, can be fixed, you know? Like, can you do something for yourself to get rest with these types? Because, for example, what I do for myself to have the space for this like emotional and social rest is that yeah, I only have the mental health streams on Monday and on Thursday. And then maybe like one day extra if I feel like it, but basically only twice a week to actually get the time off. What are all the 7 types, by the way? How are they specifically called? Physical, mental, sensory, creative, emotional, social, spiritual. Ah, You also Googled. Exactly. Oh no, I don't need to look up. I can. So, which one of those are you exhausted from? Sensory is a huge one. Jesus Christ. I think I'm low key always exhausted sensorily. Sensorily. Is that a word? That's not a word. I don't think it is. I'm in charge for that. But I'm always in fight with physical and sensory since I have sleeping problems since always in sensory. Oh, I feel that. Oh my god, yesterday was so bad again. I don't know what's going on, but since 3 days, my sleep has been horrific. And I don't mean horrific in like a ha 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 horrific. I mean horrific in actually absolute horror show. Bad. The worst ever. Oh my god, what is going on? I don't know what's going on. Why is this happening? I have no fucking clue. But it is happening. And melatonin is not even working. Not even melatonin is working. That's how bad it is. Like I don't know. But it's 3 days. I seriously don't know why. But exactly 3 days. Before, fine. 3 days, shit. And every night. I don't know. I think Loki might be hormonal, might be just temperature. Like, I feel like possibly it's just because the panel of our heating went had no battery anymore and wasn't working. And I feel like maybe that panel was either heating the entire time or not heating at all. And that's why it was always too hot at night. This is, I switched the batteries now, so possibly fixed it. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely, sleeping problems are heavy. It's honestly, oof, yeah, yeah, tough. Um, and sensory, yep, tough. Did you ever try? So, hear me out, okay? Um, I recently talked about actually the sensory thing, Loki, with my therapist, and it was actually yesterday because um, there's some types of rest where I feel shame about. Um, because, for example, sometimes I feel like I just wanna lay in a dark room on the floor, not hear anything, and look at the ceiling for half an hour. Maybe 15 minutes is also enough. But like that's the feeling I sometimes have. And I I told this to my therapist. I was like, every time I feel this, I'm worried because I feel like if I need that, that's a indicator that I'm, for example, depressed or something. Because I associate this image of somebody laying on the floor in a dark room with major depression. Because I'm like, this, like, you can't tell me if you would take this and make a movie out of it, that it would definitely be like, that's the depressed guy. You know what I mean? Like there's like a sort of like association with that specific thing of being done by people who are like emotionally really unstable and unwell. Um and then my therapist actually told me, I sometimes rested by sitting in a dark room without any music, anything, for half an hour. And I was like, okay. And I instantly felt like, okay, so you're also unwell and unstable. So your work is too much actually as a therapist. Like that's what you want to tell me. Um, and the thing he brought up was really like it makes so much sense because like what makes rest bad and what makes rest good, right? Like what is the difference between you're resting healthily and you have an unhealthy coping mechanism um where you just don't do anything because of it and you stay in that. And I feel like it's like I've been sort of like keeping them apart by social norms, sort of. Um, while I feel like the biggest difference is that the unhealthy coping mechanism is low key, sort of connected to addiction and like just sort of like a like you can't do it differently anymore. Like you can't not do it, you know? Like it's sort of stuck with you. And at the same time, it comes up the entire time because you don't actually change anything about your situation. Like you just rely on this coping mechanism the entire time without trying to optimize your day, exhaustion, whatever, to the point of not feeling that shit anymore, which should technically be the takeaway because it's like, it is definitely more like a resting style, which is deep rest. Like this is like serious rest. Like that like for if you talk about sensory overload, sitting in a dark room without music, without hearing anything, just sitting there in silence, not doing anything, that's serious rest. Like that is from like 0 to 100, like that no, from 100 to 0. Like that's serious rest. And I feel like what that should tell us is if I need that, I might have shoot bit bit overboard maybe. You know, like maybe pushed it a little bit much. And like maybe next time I just try to like stop earlier. But the rest itself isn't bad, and I think if you need it, you should do it. But yeah. Every time I'm in darkness, I look into my rainbow. It's exhausting to even feel that. Into my rainbow. Oh, because you're like so basically your colors, you don't see them like only here, but you see them sort of like as an aura sort of thing. So then because there's no light, you see the colors here. Is that what you mean? Maybe your rest is them sitting in a light room. Just, I don't know, having like the brightest lights, which are all the exact same light bulb, have the exact same color, so that you don't. Okay, maybe that's gonna hurt your eyes though. Okay, what happens if you close your eyes? Is that like, or is that the rainbow? Everyone is a projector. I feel it on my body, and if I'm only with my senses, they like to explore out and search for everything. Hmm. Is there a way you can really focus on one thing? For example, like, I feel like showering is actually like a, if I'm like emotionally like really overwhelmed, uh, I feel like just standing under like a hot shower can feel really good. Like, is that sort of like, do you have something like that? Where it's like, because I don't know, for me, it puts me like in my body, um, and in the present, because it's like the like warm water and stuff like this, you know? Is there something like that for you? You told me that like coffee is, for example, like a true color. Like, is there a way how you could have like a sort of like only a true color around you or something? Or maybe it could be something which is uh because what we know is that, for example, routine can feel like really relaxing. So if your mind always needs like some color, and if there's like not enough, we'll look for more. Maybe it can help to sort of have like a routine of color you use to rest. Um, so to have, I don't know, to watch like a very specific video or whatever, um, or to listen to like very specific music in like an otherwise quiet and dark room, for example. And then really training to on that to be your routine. And then it's like something which is like a sort of turns low stimulus. Mm. Well, standing on a mountain is a little bit easier to achieve than flying, I guess, but standing on a mountain is still definitely not something you just get in your living room. I mean, I guess some people just go hiking like every weekend. I know, but I got time for that. Well, there's there's something else my neighbor brought up actually, which really sort of like represented me really well, and I think like might represent like it's a topic which is, I guess, more actively prevalent to people with autism, but I think it might help you too. Um, there is, for me and her, there's sort of like three states you're in: green, orange, red. Red, full on meltdown. Green, everything good. Orange, on the way to red. Um, and the thing is that I need to do certain things the entire time. Like, I don't mean like every minute, but like like all year round to stay in green. Um, so it's like, I don't know, like normal people are maybe normal normally. But to me, to be in the green space of like, I can normally regulate my emotions. I have normal, sort of like normal amount of emotions also. Um, I can regulate stress and handle stress. I can achieve goals and I can make goals, and set my mind to things. I can interact socially well and I can fulfill the tasks I'm given, sort of. Like just these like basically normal functioning as a human, to be in a sort of like in a good state of functioning, my body healthy, my mind is healthy, sort of like this. Um I need to do stuff continuously to stay in that. Otherwise, I will sort of be on the way to my next depression. And that's just the case. Like I don't th- it's like really annoying because like while you are in green, you don't feel like doing those things. Um but I need to do them. Otherwise I know I'm gonna just be out of green real soon. One of those things is, for example, that my phone. Um I have an app called Noteful, and I don't say this app is like really amazing for whatever. It's just the app I have, where I have how you call it, like a 2025 planner, and in that planner, I don't know if I can. So you see, like this a month overview, sort of. Um, I track anything. Like I track where I've been on vacation. Um, I track what I have been doing. So I track, for example, the days I stream on. I track the days I wash my hair. I track when I have been for a walk. I track when I've been in the gym, when I've done yoga, when I went bouldering, when I watered the plants. I write down if I was at a sauna evening that day I was at the sauna evening. Like I usually like I write down like the major thing I did on that day. So for example, yesterday I wrote down that I was in Utrecht and we bought shoes for me and let them fix my glasses, which I don't know, that was entirely the fix anyway. And the day before it was like therapy and I learned about, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, and then there was like a sauna evening, stormlight session. I was in Utrecht again at like a restaurant and two wool shops. Like I literally like I write down what I have been doing that day. The major thing I have been doing if I have done a major thing. Um and this helps me to stay in green because for one, it's like it's helping me to see that I do stuff because I forget the stuff I've been doing. Like I really have like a really bad sense of time. So, oh, it's ads now. Okay. We're just gonna wait. Back? Okay, perfect. So for me, this really helps to sort of to help myself remember what I've been doing. Because otherwise, I feel shitty about myself because I feel like I've not been doing anything and I didn't achieve anything. Because I just literally I forget what I have been doing. Um and this is like so if I don't do that, even though it seems like sort of ridiculous, if I don't do that, I feel shitty about myself. Like I have all of a sudden I get issues, like I get feelings of being stuck, even though I do the same like every month, but I just don't remember, and that's why all of a sudden I feel stuck. Um, or I just feel shitty about myself, or I feel like I don't meet any friends or anything. Like I just, I don't know, like anxiety can grab a hold of me if I don't track what I have been doing. Because if I track what I have been doing, if my anxiety is telling me like, "Oh my god, you're like not doing anything and you're like whatever." I remember because I've looked at this just like every day, right? So it's like in my easy accessible memory that it's like, no, I have been doing stuff. And I have been fulfilling the goals I wanted to fulfill. Like I'm perfectly on plan. Like everything is fine. I'm like I'm good, you know? Um Yeah, but if I stop doing that, I'm definitely gonna slip out of green and go into orange or red. So this is one of the things where it's annoying to do sometimes. It seems unnecessary. It seems like a really small thing, but it helps me to stay in green. Um, Another thing is Um, well, yeah. Another thing is just resting properly, which is like annoying to do, but I've sort of like I made it like, or I try to make it a habit that if I notice like, oh, this feels like exhausting now, that I take a break. And I really try working towards that more and more. So that's why I also had streams where like in the middle of the stream I was doing a bit of yoga and or stretching and stuff like this. Or where we switched to like a cooking stream, for example. Um, these things. Uh, it's also why, for example, I've had like the mental health stream and then I took 2 days off and then was the next stream again. It's like really noticing and allowing myself to take proper rest is also really necessary for me to stay in green. Which is like, for me, with my ambition, it's like I would easily neglect myself in that way. I would easily be like, yeah, well, but it's not that bad. But I know that if I do that, I'm gonna slip out of green and I want to stay in green. So it's like staying in green is work, like it's effort. It means drinking enough. So I have 2 glasses of water here. I've made myself tea. Um, it's eating enough. I had breakfast today morning, even though I didn't feel hungry, and I have a protein shake, which I try to drink, even though it's low-key disgusting. Um, it's making sure I'm comfortable, uh, which is sort of like meaning that I articulate also my feelings and stuff like this. Even though we like this is sort of like more about you guys. Um, that's a good point. Um, but yeah, like there's things I do, and I feel like I don't know if that's true, but I feel like a lot of people would profit from seeing their like green, like from thinking about their green, orange, and red states and acknowledging that you need to do stuff to stay in the green space. To me, for example, that also means cutting down on social media. And it's a continuous evaluation process. So, for example, I had the feeling that I didn't have like enough rest, sort of, in the last couple days, and uh, that's why we now want to basically switch to at the evening for my. So, for example, I have a calm down routine to go to bed. It takes 2 hours. I do it every day. Um, and I need that to like properly fall asleep. And it's like sometimes it still does work, but it's still something I keep doing. Like I don't know. I feel like in our day and age, with social media, with working that much and stuff like this, with all of this stress, like I feel like our world has become way more complicated. Like there's way more decisions you need to make than back then. And I feel like we need to acknowledge the fact that we need to take action to actually maintain healthy. And not only physically healthy, but mentally healthy. Um, so it's definitely something where we need to like do something for it. So no, don't be like that. You can start with this every day, and it's gonna get better. Don't pull out with like that's over for yeah. Also with mentally stable, no. You know, it's easy to feel like, ah, well, but it doesn't matter any, like, it's already over. Like, I don't even, like, I don't need to make the choice anymore. I don't need to put in the effort because it's already like that option is not an option anymore. You say JK, but I don't like talking about it that way because personally, I've seen too many people in my life use jokes like these as actual excuse. Like, I've heard too many adults be like, oh, I'm already too old. Like, there's too many things I can't know. It's not possible. It is. There's many adults in therapy as well. And yeah, it's hard. But you can, of course. Like, there's no, Yeah. I really like, I don't want to, like, it's too well in, like, that sentiment is too well integrated still in our society. I feel like to make jokes about this because there's too many people taking it seriously. I feel like the worst part is when partners say this about their partner. Like, that's the worst part for me. I've had this I've had this twice or three times already. They're basically like, oh yeah, that's wrong. And like, that's not good and shouldn't be like this, whatever, blah, 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 yada, yada. And then at the same time, yeah, but she's already like, or he's already like that old. Like, he's not going to change anymore, you know? Like, yikes. Like, it's over. Not going to change anymore. Whatever. Mm. Mhm. Oof. Like, that's like, I hope my partner, like, I'll be damned my partner ever says that about me. If my partner ever loses that hope in me, boy. Like, you can say like, I don't think she need, like, you just, like, if you don't need your partner to change because you already accept that shitty behavior, all right, you can. Well, like, it's not me, it's your life. You can, whatever. Um, but instead to be like, well, like, I would like them to change, but like, they won't, you know? So like, yikes. No. Ooh. 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 No. Really bad taste. I don't know. That's just, yeah. But yeah, it was nothing like personal about you. I just want to, like, I mean, since we are on stream, I really want to clarify that this is not something we believe in here in this community. We believe in working on it. Give me my scoop of salt back. No, I need it. I'm sorry. You know how much salt Zach eats? Damn. Like, he puts so much salt in like everything he makes. Could be me. To be fair though, his stuff tastes kind of nice sometimes. Like there's some things he does really well. Low key, yeah. Low key, definitely. But freshly in love. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 10 years relationship, freshly in love. Definitely a valid excuse. But yeah. So there's like it takes effort to stay in green. That's all I'm saying. And it's something which is like I don't know. It's not that talked about in society, I feel like. And I think that's why we like I don't know. I feel like old people have this more or like on average more often. Um that they have like better boundaries and actually know what they need to stay in green. Um, but I feel like across society, we really bounce a lot. Like bouncing from red to green and from like having the absolute meltdown, then pretending everything is like super fine again, then having the next depression phase. Too common. Really too common. Like we're really not I don't know, we're not good at the stable part, I feel like. I don't know why, but like in our day and age, I don't feel like we're good at the being stable part, sadly. So yeah. Like day one. I'm glad that we're not like day one actually. We had such a toxic attachment style at the beginning, but it's thankfully changing now. But yeah. I feel like in a relationship with like the green, orange, and red, it's especially important because you influence each other. You probably gonna pull the other one down into red as well if you drop into red. So I don't know. Also, it can like easily happen that the other one feels some type of like responsibility to keep you on green, and that's not good then because that's low key. Like that can end up toxic real quick. Yeah. But yeah, there's so many different types of rests. And I feel like really finding out what is giving you what type of rest is actually not easy. Because it's so hard to figure out which is actually resting and what is only coping. Because technically, after rest, you should feel better than before. And if you have coped, then you don't feel better like before, but it's just like coming back. So technically, that's the difference, right? Like, rest is bringing you back to normal, while cope leaves you wanting to cope more. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It can be really difficult to figure that out. But what is like, I think one of the things which is more socially, um, socially like across society in general, uh, accurate is that, for example, like social media, it's really not resting. Social media is really coping. That's why social media is such an easy addiction as well, such a common addiction, because it's just coping, not resting. It's really interesting to me how social media is such a we have such a we usually have so much shame about addiction, but social media addiction, it's just like we all agreed that everybody is addicted, and now we're like fine with it. Like it's sort of like it really shows how we're so hypocritical sometimes, especially around like topics like these. It's like, oh, drug addicted, bad, bad. Social media addicted, well, might as well be. I'm gonna make a funny meme about it, how we're all social media addicted and then everybody loves me. And it's like, okay, so that's how we deal with this. Okay, cool. That's that. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's really, yep, that's us. Ah. So yeah, I don't know. But that's really funny to me. Because it really shows humanity. Like we take ourselves so seriously, but I don't know. We don't really have stuff figured out, have we? Or like we don't really act like we have, because technically we do have the scientific resources. That's like honestly the most frustrating thing about our society. Like we have so many good resources. We have so many good resources. We have so many studies. We have literally studies about like how happiness is addicting and how not addicting, I mean contagious. I correct myself. Um and how like what influences happiness, for example, and how, for example, having flowers can be like stress relieving and stuff like this. You know, like there's so many different studies. There's also studies against, like, for example, like traditional masculine values and basically like toxic masculinity, or like identifying it as toxic. And we just don't really care. We just don't really do anything with it. Like we know it. Like we have this like huge study with like hundreds of people, right? When we found out, like, well, across the board, like this is bad for you. And the apart from nobody knowing, it's like we we don't really, I don't know, we don't really do anything with it. Like we have so much knowledge, but we don't really do anything with it. Like I don't know. We know, for example, how worker efficiency can be made better, right, by a better working environment and stuff like this. And you could argue, right, that this is like would be interesting to like rich people in their companies, right? Apparently not. Like I don't know. Like you have this in like some companies, but in other companies, it's like they're just like, well, we don't really care actually. So I don't know. Just really interesting how we always feel like, oh, we strive for so much knowledge and we always want to be greater and better and whatever, but we don't even use the knowledge we have. It's like we don't make any, like there's no consequences to new knowledge we have. Like I don't know, we know the effect of therapy, for example. Is there more therapy? No. Like I don't know. We also know how like how fascism, for example, is born and stuff like this. Do we do anything with that knowledge? No. Like there's so much knowledge we have where we're just and now and okay. So what? Like, huh? You want me to use this? Okay. Weird. And that's so I don't know. That's so interesting to me. But yeah, that's just I guess that's sort of humanity. Like we're sort of like a tragic comedy. That's humanity. Because we could do so much better, but nobody is really like we always say we're interested in the best way, but we're not actually. So, and so many times we're just so blissfully unaware. Like we're, for example, we know from studies how go to the lake later. That seems like a good idea. Seems like it could be good rest. No, or is at the lake not really a rest because you said like on a mountain and flying. Like at the lake is probably like many birds and animals. But also, I guess peaceful, possibly. Hmm. When you read, what happens? Like, do books have different colors to you? Do like pages are pages sort of like color coded? Like, is there like, oh, this sentence blue, but that word bright red? Mm-hmm. Like, is that a thing? I like recently on when was this? I don't know, Monday, Tuesday. I think Tuesday. Um, I was learning about some at the moment I'm working like on one of those like online certificates and it was just basically like the learning um like a learning portfolio I was reading and going through and making like um I've made some like notes, some 5 pages of notes. And I realized how funny it is to me how there's such a like there's some passages where there was this like the entire thing was entirely professional, right? But there's some passages where you could really feel the passive aggressiveness in them. And where it was really like, okay, this is personal. Like this is like they use professional words, but while they write this, they are like boiling inside, you know? Like I could hear how somebody's like on their keyboard like clack for like the last period and stuff like this. I don't know. It was just the vibe of the text sort of. I see the change in how I feel, if you mean that. No, more about like how the person felt sort of like writing this. Like that would be really interesting. Like for example, for like passive aggressive I don't know, sentences like these. Oh my god. Just got um goosebumps all over my body because the last sip was so disgusting to me. All right. I'm going to be back in a second because I will clean this. So, see you in a second. And if anybody wants to take part in the mental health check-in, just type in chat. Don't be scared to start a new topic or something or ask something new and stuff like this. All right? So, I think written stuff is more about yourself and not the person writing it. But if it is like in like a personal chat, then yeah, I can do it, but I don't see it. Oh, okay. Interesting. Huh. To me, actually, it's like, hmm. To me, reading a book is there's like a lot of different things to it. Um, and I feel like I don't know, it's definitely not only about me to myself. I don't know, I feel like I can sort of sense a lot of emotion in text. Which sometimes can make it confusing. Um, because I feel like for me, like it's really important to sort of see how like where the important part is. Like what is the important part for the person like writing this so I can like properly understand it. And I usually pull that from well from the writing, like how it's written, to know like okay, like this is the important part for the person writing this. um and I feel like because because that's how I interpret and read things, I sort of see if there's like a if the sort of like pronunciation of that text has like a hint too much energy, sort of, or like not enough energy and stuff like this. Like I feel like I can sort of tell if there's like if something there's like really important to a person or like not as important. And especially in like some sentences where then something is like uh phrased in a way where you would expect the context from the context something to take less importance. If it then has like more importance or like especially a lot importance, then I usually sense it as the situation of like, man, like don't do this. Like, because what the fuck? Like, I can't take it anymore. And that person, like, it's sort of like the switch of energy. Like, if the entire rest of the text is like just normal professional energy, and then for that specific sentence, it's like there's a all of a sudden there's like a slight shift in energy of how important something is. Then it's like sort of like depending on the switch, of course, but I feel like I can tell that it's like sort of like this um suppressed anger over something and being like fed up with something, and then like oh you still have to like be professional, but like you're really fed up with this, and so you're like sort of like in professional words are like don't fucking dare to do this. You know? I feel like I guess that's sort of the thing I recognize. I feel like switching of energy is like the stuff I'm most aware of. Like I might not be like exceptionally good at like reading people from the start, but I feel what I'm really good at is if I have like a base value of someone, if that changes, I like instantly sort of see it, which then sort of like lets my social anxiety come up. now I'm like, okay, what is going on here? Because like if I know why they changed, then like, okay, good, I know. Like it's explained. But a lot of the times you don't really know. So for example, if somebody's offended because of something which I didn't mean offending in any way, then it's like, okay, they shifted, but like what the fuck? What is happening? Yeah. But yeah. It's like I've been actually coming back to the topic of rest before. Um, I've actually talked about it with my therapist because I noticed how I turned like I'm really happy with my progress right now. But I turned low key scared that because I do so many things now, which are um like I became, let's say, how can I call it? Mm, what's the word for it? It was something with P. Um, Not proficient. I don't know it in German either, or Dutch right now. Mm, anyways, but yeah, it's sort of like a funny situation because I turned to like this month especially, I really noticed the change in myself actually. So I really noticed how my energy compared to the last months has changed. And especially compared to like 1 or 2 years ago. And I noticed how I started, because when I started therapy, I sort of low key like stopped doing things. Um, because I mean, when you start therapy, or when I started therapy, I just sort of noticed how many of the things I do are sort of like I do in a harmful manner, like I do in a sort of self-destroying manner, and not like directly self-destroying. Usually, just like not really checking my own boundaries and then like completely going overboard with my energy, sort of self-destroying, but sort of like that. And now in the last months, I started doing stuff again. I started setting specific goals. And what I noticed specifically is that I started maintaining those goals as well. Because usually before I was like switching goals rather quickly. And now the last month or the last 2 months, I started having like specific goals. And also like being able to go after these specific goals. And just like coming back to them as well, like multiple times, which has usually for me been like a struggle because I usually just did like things in one session and then that's it. And because I was usually only able to do things in one session, I also went like way overboard to actually finish them in one session. So now I noticed this demeanor change in myself because I noticed like, okay, actually I start doing things again. And it was like I'm happy with that. Really feel like I do stuff again. Like I'm happy with myself. But I also was low key scared because I was like not like how do I know if I do stuff like in the right way, like with enough rest, for example, and that I don't like go overboard again, and that I do stuff in a way where I don't only follow my brain and my ambitions, but also take my body into consideration. And And it's, I feel like it's really funny how you sort of, through therapy, you change so much, because in the beginning of therapy, you just notice like all the harmful patterns you have developed, and how they work against what you actually want in life. And then at some point, you actually start making good habits again and work towards the things you do want in life. And I feel like now is the point where actually those things sort of like pay off again. And it's interesting how there's still sort of like this fear of, well, of doing it wrong. Like, do I really know now? Because back then I also thought I didn't do things wrong, right? But they were wrong. And now I don't think I do things wrong, and I sort of feel good, but like, how long will it last? And I don't know, it's really interesting how you change so much for therapy, but at the end, you sort of still, like, you're the same, you just work together with yourself. Like, you don't entirely change, because I thought, like, I just need to become a person who's, like, just less ambitious, who's just driven less, because, like, being driven that much is, like, bad for your health. And now I sort of notice how, like, I don't know, like, the crochet stuff I do is like also like ambitious, like for it being my first project. Of course I started with the worst yarn possible. I started with a black fluffy yarn, actually. And I don't know. I was really like sort of like, okay, like, is this now allowed? Like, especially since I have this like autistic trait of like sort of like making rules. I think that's why I sort of like doubt myself a lot of the time, because I'm like, okay, is this allowed? Because my old rule tells me this is wrong. So like I'm sort of like, can this be right? Um, with what? With uh doing stuff again. Just, there's a word for it which I mean specifically, and it starts with P, but I don't remember it. It's like, it's not like doing stuff efficiently, it's like being productive. I started being productive again. And yeah, so I sort of like, I was doubtful of that, like if that's like okay that I do this right now. If it's okay that I have ambitious projects. And sort of like this, because for example the stream is also sort of like an ambitious project, because it's like these mental health check-ins. It's like a lot of like hard conversations, right? And they are in a foreign language. So this is like an ambitious project, and with the crocheting stuff and like instantly crocheting like these huge plushies and stuff like this, and with the black fluffy yarn and whatever, like these are also ambitious projects. And then also uh, with I wanted, like, I started working towards like online certificates, education, maybe studies, and of like psychology in general. And this is also sort of like an ambitious project. So it's like I sort of started worrying, because I felt like, okay, like a lot of time I spend at the moment is really spent productively. And like, is that okay? Like, do I not need mediocre things? You know, time to be shitty, sort of. To like, I thought that's the balance sort of you need. Um, And especially also because like when I read in my free time, I like I always read like these psychology books like up here, and it's not really a light read. So I sort of was like concerned about that. But it's like my therapist actually talked to me about it more in depth, and apparently it's fine because I do them in balance, and they're just because they're exhausting in different ways. They are still like rest. So for example, like crocheting, this like ambitious project is like, even though it's ambitious, it's like rest for example, like emotional and social time, right? And this stream is, for example, rest in terms of physical, and I get like maybe creative rest. I'm not sure. Um, Spiritual, I'm not sure, but it's physical rest. Let's just put it like this. And then I go to the gym again, for example. And I felt like I'm productive in the gym. And that's, for example, I guess mental rest and creative rest as well, and spiritual and emotional and those type of rests. And then I feel like maybe the crocheting is also sensory rest, potentially. Not too sure. But yeah, so there's like, I don't know, I'm still the person I was before therapy. Like, I'm still an ambitious person who likes challenge. And I'm sort of glad that I didn't need to change that. Like, I don't need to become a person who's not ambitious and who doesn't like being challenged or whatever. Um, but there's actually a way to be a person who likes challenge while being mentally healthy, apparently. And I don't know, that just made me really happy. And that also made me really, I don't know, feel more connected to myself, I think. Because I sort of felt like, okay, actually, you know what? Being ambitious is not a flaw. Like, I really thought, like, when I like first started to go into therapy, I noticed, like, basically the essence was that I just that like my headache and everything, like it was all pinpointed to like, oh, too much stress. And oh my god, too much stress, and you just push yourself too much, you have too high expectations, you want too much, and like all of that, like just too much, you know. And now it's like, you know what, like maybe I am just more like Loki, you know. Like, maybe I don't need to change that. Like, I don't need to become a. I don't want to be mean like a boring person, like a not driven person. I can still be ambitious and I can still have like ambitious projects, and it's like fine. You know, like I don't need to slow myself down. And that's actually really relaxing to know. Like, I don't know why, but I don't know, I've been low key just scared to do too much again. And that's why I've had this feeling that I need to slow myself down. But I just wasn't happy with slowing myself down. And now it's like I just needed to learn to do things differently. And I found balance without having to slow myself down. And I'm able to like give my body rest, give my head rest, and all of that without having to do like nothing. Well, I do think it was like really important for me to sort of have less, because I definitely like I noticed how I had some like shame around doing less. Um and there was like judgment connected to it, and I definitely think like that was negative. Like that had like a negative influence on me and put pressure on myself. And now I definitely have that less. And low key, I noticed how that also made me actually do less because I was like scared of failing. So now I don't know, I just do more. And it's like I'm sort of so happy that therapy turned out to sort of like be like, hey, you can actually do all of those things. You just, like there's a little balance involved and you should do like more different things and stuff, and like actually the things you love and only for the time you actually love them and stuff like this. And like without this negative pressure of shame and blame and whatever. But you can actually do all of those things you want to. Um because I've actually like heard in my life that I'm like too much. I can or that I have like too high expectations or I'm asking for too much and whatever. And I don't know, that always left me with such a hopeless feeling because I didn't even feel like I'm asking for a lot. Like Loki, my dad was like with my relationship like back then, mind you, back then our attachment style was toxic as hell. Um and it was like toxic as hell. Like it wasn't, like regular society has way different standards for toxic as hell. Like toxic as hell basically means like physical violence, which that wasn't our relationship, okay? But like for how good relationships can be, that was a toxic attachment style, definitely. Like it was an unsafe, unstable attachment style. Um and I don't know, like then my dad would always be like, "Yeah, you can't ask for too much. You can't ask for more. Like be like, like you can be happy that he's like, or don't behave like your mom, otherwise he's gonna leave." Like all of that stuff. And sort of like be less smart, like correct other people less, like don't be so loud, don't ask for so much, don't ask for better solutions, don't ask for better behavior because otherwise you're gonna be lonely. And I'm so fucking glad I didn't believe that. Because it's just like, no. No. Ugh. I still can't believe my dad. Damn, bro. Like, my dad has issues. Jesus Christ. Like, the place you need to be at to be telling this your daughter, crazy. Glad I'm not there. But, like, damn. That's like, honestly, that's the saddest part, I think. Because I feel like whenever I see such a like damaged relationship between anybody, and also the like damaged relationship between me and my dad, it's like there's so many relationships where like both parties actually would be interested in that relationship and like would like that relationship, right? But there's just no possibility to meet on the same ground. Like there's just, I don't know, like with my dad, there was no possibility to just sort of meet on the same level. And that's so annoying. Because there would be such, like, so many better ways, but no. And it's like, low key, it's like sad. It's like the same sadness I feel like when looking at the cases of like men, for example, who committed like physical violence or like who killed their wife or their ex or something. It's like if you focus on that singular person instead of the victim, it's like that life is so sad, right? Like you ended up living a life where you killed the person you loved. Like my dad ended up living a life where he lost his wife. Oh, the ad is starting. Yeah, but my dad ended up living a life where he ended up losing his wife and losing contact to his kid. And that's just something I feel like I don't believe he wanted that. Even though it was the consequence of his behavior. But if you look only at his perspective here, this is so sad, right? Because if he would have like if he would be happy with that or like that, then like okay, whatever, right? But usually with any of those cases, it's like if you look at the perpetrator actually, they are also a victim. And the funny thing is it's not a funny thing. But I've watched like some absolute clickbait videos on YouTube where it's like the worst criminals, murderers, whatever in the United States of America and stuff like this. And they went over their cases, but like only briefly. But with all of them, I just feel like, damn. Like this, like, if you don't look at the victim, the perpetrator is also a victim. Also to themselves, definitely.
And it's not an excuse or anything, but it's just like, I think it's sad that we built a society where people end up being in a situation where they ruin their own lives like this, and the lives of others around them. Because it's not something like anybody plans, right? And there are definitely some psychopathic killers, right, who don't feel a thing. But a lot of them actually do have a lot of feelings. And a lot of the cases were just really mentally unhealthy and fucked up situations. Like, especially if you look at like teenager killers, usually there's a insane history of abuse, childhood trauma, and no help. And that's just like also with the with like school shootings in America, right? It's like the entire thing is so sad. And I get it that it's really hard to have any empathy with the perpetrator of this situation. But if we want to actually fix that issue, we do need, like, specifically this side of the perpetrator is the side we need to fix, right? Because we don't need to fix that people go to school and are, like, available in their classrooms. What we do need to fix is people ending up in a situation of becoming a school shooter. What we do need to fix is people ending up in a situation of becoming a murderer. Like, this is the person, the outcome we need to prevent. And crime prevention is not police, for example, and stuff like this. But crime prevention is, for example, mental health care, is social care and social help. And we just, so often, we really don't want to see that perspective. Like, we don't want to have empathy with the person committing those crimes, even though that person is not straight up evil, but they're also a human. They are human, which, under really, really hard to understand circumstances, ended up in this situation. And we need to understand the circumstances to prevent others from ending up in the same situation. And I just feel like that's something which can't be overlooked, because dehumanizing these people won't help us fix the issue that regular humans, regular children can turn a murderer under specific circumstances. And I feel like we could actually prevent so many crimes if we would have that little bit of empathy to actually try to understand why they ended up in that situation and to keep others from ending up in the same situation. Definitely. Like, I definitely don't mean that it's like an excuse. Like, you are in that moment a murderer. You are a person who's unstable enough to commit a crime like this. So you are in that moment unadjusted for society. You can't be in regular society. That's why I think, and we luckily on the world, we believe in socialization. At least officially. Even though if many programs are really not working that well and aren't being made better for that course. But essentially, it should be about socialization. Because it's not like we thankfully don't believe anymore, or like we shouldn't believe, I feel like, that murderers or like any person who commits any crimes which are bad for society are just bad people. They're just not normal humans, they're just bad people. They're just monsters. This is a line of thinking which prevents nothing. It's accepting the state it is in right now. Oh, that's just how life is. There's just monsters among us, and at some point they're gonna do something, and there's nothing we can do. While they are just normal humans. Well, at least they have been. And we need to understand how a normal human turned into that person who committed a crime, to then prevent other normal humans to get into that way as well. But yeah. You're recovering from being sick? That sounds good. Definitely get well soon. Still, till you're actually healthy. As for mental health, I don't know. Honestly, I'm doing pretty alright. But there's some like minor things like stress over upcoming tests, etc. I hope you're gonna do better soon. And like with the physical health, because I think the physical health is also like influencing how you can handle stress, right? But maybe you can just do something for yourself, which is like stress relieving. Even if it's only like a walk outside or something. Oh, your connection is acting up. Satch. Hope it gets better soon or something. All right. Is there something specific you guys want to talk about still? Also like a specific topic or any questions or anything. Like you can essentially like ask me anything. Also about therapy and whatever. Like I would tell you if it's too personal, so don't refrain from asking. Because I feel like otherwise I would maybe slowly wrap this up. Because I feel like we sort of low-key lack topics at the moment. You missed your practice on Monday and Wednesday? But I mean, you're sick, right? So that sucks. But I hope you're gonna be able to go soon again. Maybe you can, I don't know, like, if you don't feel like up for the entire practice, maybe you can still just like attend practice and take part for like a little bit, or just for like, like without doing too much, and then like sitting on the bench afterwards. You know? Yeah, I saw something that the normal amount of pain people have is 0. Which, do you mean physical pain actually? Or pain also in like mental health pain? What I do as my calm down practice in the evening? So it's changing right now. But essentially actually, give me a second. I really don't like the sun coming in here right now. I want to glue something to the window.
This is not big enough.
Mm.
Maybe just this. I feel like this is sort of okay. Where is this coming from? Oh, it's above. God damn it. As if that's the angle. Oh. It is. Okay, but now I don't have the light here anymore, and now my face is a little bit lighter, even though I don't like the points in my face. Just gonna be like this here. How did that happen? Okay. My dad doesn't allow me to go to practice if I didn't go to school, and well, okay. It's not. I don't think it entirely makes sense, but all right. Everything. No never-ending pain in various places. No eternal suffering with mental health, etc. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's necessarily the regular person, or like the most common person that doesn't suffer anything. But definitely, life is not about eternal suffering. No. Like, life should be enjoyable. Life should be worth living. Life is not a challenge you need to accomplish. You know? Are you going to therapy right now, Pyro, by the way? Or have you? Excelled for being sick part of, but that's not related to the mental health too much. I see. Hi.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good. Really good.
Really good. Mm-hmm. We have to watch this apparently. You have socks. Why do you have socks?
I got given them in an effort to work for the states of the Netherlands. They're nice,
These are Minecraft socks.
but these are even better.
Belastingdienst socks.
Yes.
Do you guys know what the Belastingdienst is? Like, that's the tax
Office.
yeah, the tax office in the Netherlands, and they give you they try to recruit you apparently, and they give you socks as a present.
They have the blue letter on them everywhere.
Yeah, and the blue letter is the
You get it whenever you get post.
Yeah.
From the Belastingdienst.
Werken voor Nederland.
These ones just say these ones say.
This is it's not bad quality, by the way. It's 80% comb cotton. These are really soft and thick.
Yeah, these are
And
nice.
this one,
These aren't so nice.
also 80% cotton. But it's like,
Thin.
it's thinner, yeah.
These
Where
ones
are they
nicer.
made? 41 to 46? You couldn't take smaller ones?
They were packed. I couldn't read it, and the person
Damn.
just like stuff them in my hand, you know?
Okay. Yeah, you look like a big boy, definitely. So these are made in Turkey, and these are not made. They just come from God.
They come from the Rijksoverheid.
Yeah, they are made by the people at the Rijksoverheid. They're made by the king.
Yeah. The king bestowed these socks upon us.
Why you want socks for the tax department? You know, free socks are free socks. I'm not gonna judge.
I think these are really funny.
I also like them. It's still suffering. You just choose what you suffer with. No. Fluffy, shut up. Like, life is not meant to be suffering, guys. Let's get that straight, okay? There's people on this planet who enjoy life. And there are some things which are work, yes. But it's not suffering, okay? They like stand up with joy. That is a possibility. I know it sounds crazy, but this is a possibility, okay? They are excited for their day, even though they have to work and stuff like this. Yep.
Here you go.
And bait you better. My needs. Thank you. Government tried to get me as a cybersec, but why would you do that with like 50% of the payment? If you get socks. See, that's why they need socks. I'm gonna come back on your question a little later, Fluffy, if that's okay. I'm gonna write it down. So you never went to therapy. I feel like you should. Like, if you want your mental health to ever be like actually good, go to therapy. Like, if that's one of your goals, do the necessary steps. You know? Like, this is, I don't know, like the vision of not needing help with this sort of stuff, and you're like, it's normal to achieve it on your own. No, it's not. Like, the people who do achieve it have parents who are like really good at this and like a good social circle. Like, they also don't achieve it on their own, okay? They have good circumstances where they are being taught the right values, and that's how they achieve it. For example, some of their circumstances are that asking for help is not bad. Doesn't mean you have failed or anything. You know? So, you know, there's like, life can be good, you know? It's great that you feel like you're on the right track to get better. It's not bad to be sure, you know? Like, for example, there's many different levels of therapy. Like, you, for example, could go to a counselor instead and just get a little bit of counseling. For example, like, that's usually like, that was the step Zach got at the beginning. Like, he went to the house arts, and he basically just told him like, yeah, he's like a little bit, you know, like, would like to like talk to somebody. And then the first person he talked to was essentially like a more like a mental health coach in that sense. And that can really help to just, you know, achieve your goals. Achieve your goals well and faster and all of that, you know?
And for example, like these like mental health coaches, they can only help you if you don't have something more serious. Like these are essentially the people for like you have like a few issues you want to get better at, or there's like a few things in your life right now which make you feel in turmoil, sort of. So for example, your grandma died. For example, you had a breakup. For example, I don't know, there's been like an incident at school, for example, which is like pulling you down or whatever. It can also just be like, I'm sort of like, if you're like transitioning life phases and you're sort of like a little bit confused in the new environment, or if you haven't figured out what you really want in life or what's important to you and stuff like this, they help you. So, like, especially Loki, Pyro saying 1 minute. Oh, like, I just heard life is not to be like suffering. Brain blasted. Like, what? It's not. Pyro next second. I mean, I considered it, but so far, I don't think I need it. Like, okay. Sure. You do you. So, now coming back to Fluffy's question. Pyro is really making a habit out of asking long questions and then just not having time for the answer. Oh. So my calm down routine. So it's just like every evening. So it sort of starts with dinner. I usually have like my favorite meal for dinner, which is noodle soup. It's like a comfort meal. Yeah. So it's like a comfort meal, and it's just something which is sort of like lightweight. It's not like linked too heavy in your stomach, right? But it gives you like some. It's also warm. Gives you some. How you call those? Because of the broth and the salt in it, gives you some electrolytes and stuff like this. I don't know. I really like this meal. And then while I just eat that, I usually before I have just watched like a series, but I switch to watching series which are either like kids series or just like really peaceful, really like there's no, I don't know, there's not much drama, there's not too much tension. There's like, I don't need to be scared of people dying. It's like, it's interesting, but it's not like overwhelming. Like it's sort of like low stimuli. And more like relaxing, entertaining, maybe funny. It's definitely always good-hearted content. So it's never about like, oh my god, the world is so bad. It's never like horror or anything. It's not even action. It's not crime series or anything. It's always good-hearted. The world is a good place. People are good type series. And so at the moment, that's, for example, Fairy Tail for me. Like at the moment, I just watch Fairy Tail anime. It's, I don't know. It's a very good heart series. You don't really need to be worried that people die. It's like 20 minutes, one episode, so I can sort of like adjust how long I need really easily. Yeah. And then we just lay on the couch, we cuddle, we are not on our phones. And we have like everything done already, yeah?
We're not going
Okay. Oh.
that's the rate
Yeah. Nice. Microsoft security. And yeah, so then we just like chill on the couch. We just cuddle. There's the light is like really orange, really dark. The sound is also not too loud. It's sort of quiet. We maybe snack a little bit, eat some fruit, stuff like this. And it's just sort of like in general, it's like low energy. There's no, like, we're definitely away from our phones. There's no phone time. Like, that's important. There's no answering somebody, being pinged by someone, seeing something on social media, having to do something still, seeing your to-do list, even like there's nothing, no phone. Like, the only thing we use the phone for is to use the like remote beamer control, basically. And then we just we just chill on the couch and sort of like calm down, relax. And then we get ready for bed with like brushing teeth, everything, and go to bed. And then in bed I have music, relaxing music. Now, because I noticed, I feel like sometimes this calm down routine is not entirely calming down. Because actually Fairy Tale has had some really action-filled episode recently. I want to switch to actually like reading a book together at the evening instead, and just reading something like not any of my psychology books, but actually something like lighthearted and positive, and reading that one together. But yeah, like all in all, that calm down routine is calm. It's no bright lights. It's rather low stimuli. It's maybe like a tea or soup, so warm food. Like the food itself is basically low stimuli. And it's sort of going through the process of getting ready for bed step by step. So at the beginning, it's the food and stuff, and then it's like already like putting on the pajama and stuff like this, like getting these steps like done, but with sort of like rest in between. But yeah, and just sort of like reconnecting together because we've done a lot of the things right. So sometimes we like cook beforehand together as well, or talk about our plans for the next time, stuff like this. Like that's the calm down routine. It's not like too many, like it's not special or anything, but it's just something I know which works for me, and just sort of like returning to the moment. I also do this like list where I track things. That's also within that calm down routine. To sort of be like, okay, what have I done today? And then be like, okay, check, check, check. Yeah, sometimes I crochet. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes we still go for a walk. But it's like all in all, it's basically just like spending time together without many other stimuli, and especially not being on social media. That's sort of the most important thing. Like no doom scrolling or anything. Yeah. That's the calm down routine. That's it. Are there any questions left about this? But yeah. That's sort of it. So no questions regarding any of that? Is that correct? Good. Any other questions? Because I feel like otherwise I would be done for the day, I think. And then we can chat, Fluffy, when you have time, or if you want to meet off stream to talk about things. But I feel like otherwise we were really successful so far. All right. So, party people. Then with this, I would go offline. We can do that. Hit me up. Otherwise, I will not write you because I need to go to a shop now. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not gonna be today. I think that's sort of the first thing. But okay, so I guess we keep it like rather spontaneous, and I will write you when I have like a certain time in mind. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we had the topics today: the diagnostics in general, rest, the green, orange, red stuff, the calm down routine. We had the general mental health check-in times. I feel like we covered a lot actually. All right. I hope you enjoyed the stream, guys, and we will see each other again on. Yeah, that's what I can share. So I asked on Discord if it would be interesting for people to have more like a fixed schedule for the mental health check-ins, and I feel like it definitely makes sense. So that's why I asked, because I think if you guys know when I come live or like when we do these, then there's like, first of all, there's less of this like awkward space in the beginning of the stream where it's like nobody's still there, but you don't really can do anything else because otherwise there's no perceived space to talk about mental health. So I feel like having fixed days and maybe even fixed times will help. Also, I really noticed how I don't really want to stream apart from the mental health check-in streams, because when I know, I'm like, I don't feel up for like a mental health stream yet, but I do feel like gaming. I don't stream because I feel like, oh, but like this should be perceived as like a mental health stream, and I can't offer that yet. So I don't really feel feel like I can be live. But maybe if we have like proper days, then there's less like more official like cool off period or something. I don't know. That's sort of the idea behind it. But yeah, essentially Monday and Thursday are gonna be the mental health check-in streams or mental health support streams, whatever you may call them. And I feel like having the starting time like today, like around 12, is maybe like always a rather good time. So I think I'm gonna try sticking to that. If I'm like sometimes a little late or maybe like earlier, well, we're gonna see how it goes. But essentially, I think Monday and Thursday is a thing I can, yeah, I can put my name to it. Like, I think that that should work in a stable manner. And we're gonna always start sort of like early, and then keep being added till, yeah, probably around like 5. So for the next mental health check-in stream, we're gonna see each other on Monday. And well, maybe in between there's gonna be some spontaneous gaming streams. And of course, if you need like help in that moment specifically, then we're always here for you to talk, even in a gaming stream. Just be aware of the fact that there's like streams which specifically make space for this topic, versus when I'm like in the middle of a League of Legends game, then there might just be less space. So yeah, ambitious, you think? Yeah, perfect timing. The next gaming stream, I won't put any times or dates on my gaming stream. I feel like I'm gonna hold those spontaneous when I feel like gaming. But I feel like a lot of my gaming streams are probably gonna be like viewer games or community gaming streams. Just because I feel like that's, I don't know, just, you know, the, I don't know. I think I just want to like play with you, instead of having the like gaming be the entertainment necessarily. Will you be streaming games sometime you've never streamed before? I've never streamed before, I'm not sure. But something that is not Minecraft, Valor, or League. I was thinking about streaming Throne in Liberty again. Like, I downloaded it and I really felt like gaming that in the recent time, but I haven't yet. So maybe that would be an option. Or Diablo, for example. I've also downloaded that. Also looked into, like, I've been playing Overwatch recently again, but I streamed that a couple times already. So maybe we're gonna see Overwatch again. Also Apex, I really wanted to take a look back into it, sort of see how the game has changed maybe, or not has changed, whatever, like how the game looks right now. And I think that's been sort of like all the games I have had on my mind recently. Oh, I wanted actually to play with Zach the It Takes Two. It Takes Two game. on stream. So we might see that one. But yeah, I don't feel like gaming too much. So definitely the stream's gonna be I think like most streams are still gonna be mental health streams. Also for the reason being that sometimes I just game off stream because I just don't really see the vision of the game being entertaining. Like I don't really know what I don't know. Like I'm not really good at any games, you know. So I'm like, yeah, uh, I don't really understand what how they're entertaining. If I play them, I guess. But like, if you want to see them, just tell me about it. So I don't know. Then I can play them, I guess, for you. I'm not gonna like buy games for like X amount of euros, but yeah. I recommend Hollow Knight. I definitely wanted to play Hollow Knight sometime. I don't know if we have it though. I think I wanted to wait for some time where it's like cheap or something. Yeah. I'm good in mind games. Yeah. But yeah, I think like that's sort of it. That's sort of the direction we're going. Um yeah. I feel like that's the energy. So I have no idea. I thought Hollow Knight was 15 euros. Yeah, it's 15 euros. There's a second one. This is just Hollow Knight. So Silk Song is the second. Okay. Yeah, Silk Song is 20. On Steam itself, it's 20. But I don't know if there's like keys on other platforms for less. But I do have to say I'm really stingy about putting money into games because I know how little I play right now. So that's sort of why I like, I don't know, like I don't mind not having the game. Even though I bet it's like fun and stuff. But I don't really. I don't know. I don't really feel regretful that I don't spend too much time gaming. So. But I feel like maybe we have Hollow Knight already. I feel like Zach might have played it. So we might have it. I'm gonna ask. Yeah. No, I bet it's definitely a great game. Like, I've seen it from other people, and I think it's an amazing game. I just, you know, like, there's also, like, many really good movies I've never seen. I don't really regret it. Like, there's so much good content on this planet. There's, like, you can't. Like, if you try to just consume all of the amazing content we have on this planet, there's no, like, when are you gonna live your life, you know? So I feel like, I don't know. I just really don't. I'm not too much into consuming content which isn't like making like which isn't sort of like investing in my life low-key. Like I really like reading through the psychology books, for example. Um or I don't know, like to play games with friends, but then it's about the social aspect. But I don't know, there's been like many great books I've never read because they're just fantasy, and I'm just like, well, I can spend that time on them, or I can just spend time with friends. And I'm just gonna choose friends over consuming great content, I think. So, yeah. But we'll see. Like, if we have it already, I can definitely like look into it. And otherwise, I might just get it in a sale at some point. But don't feel like I make your game bad or anything. That's not what I'm trying to say. Okay. But I think every question is answered, right? So I think I'm gonna go offline with that. Um, Actually, I just found the better articulation of what I meant before. With the I don't feel as confident anymore in streaming games because I don't know what worth I offer the world with this. Um, and that's sort of like I don't like with these streams, like I really know which purpose they fulfill. And I feel like they have purpose and they offer the world something. But with just regular gaming streams, I don't really know what they offer the world. Um, like from me, like there's some people like Faker who are like really good, right? And there's some people like really funny, but I don't think I'm really good or really funny. So I don't know. I think I'm more comfortable just leaving that to others. But we're just gonna play like sometimes, and uh, if they have like if you want to see like specific games and they're like easy to get because there's a sale or something, then we're gonna definitely do that sometime. But I don't think we're gonna become like a gaming first stream or anything. I think the mental health stuff is gonna be the first, um, the priority of this stream for the future. Yeah. Sharing joy as your content, since you were never into gaming in your youth. Yeah, definitely it has been. But I just think like recently it's been, I don't know, I didn't feel like I'm sharing like specifically much joy in gaming or something. I also don't feel like gaming anymore that much. Um, so it's sort of like, I don't know. I really feel it sometimes with friends, but I know that like a lot of people don't really like if there's like other people in voice on stream because they have like less voice quality and stuff like this. So it's like, I don't know. If it's there's a lot of other people. I don't I you know And stream is definitely still something which is like to a certain extent like exhausting, right? Like you're on camera, like people see you, there might be trolls, you need to moderate chat, stuff like this. And this is absolutely no effort if it's if it's like well, it is effort, but it's like if it's worth the effort, I don't mind at all. For example, with the mental health streams. But if I feel like, okay, like nobody's even interested in this content, it's like, then it's like not really worth the effort. Like, why should I do it? You know? But that's why I'm saying, like, if you guys are interested in some specific content, I'm gonna do it. But if there's no interest, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I have to. Because I don't. Where's the... Sorry, I was missing my shoe. But yeah. That's why I think, like, back in the day, like, really at the beginning of my stream, I was really, like, sharing my joy with gaming. So I was gaming the entire time, and I was having so much fun, like, playing really, like, so many hours after each other. And just with the most random people and stuff. And I didn't even care if they were, like, flaming or whatever. Because I really loved the game so much. And now it's, like, it's just... There's, like, so many other things I can do with my time that I'm low-key like, I am bothered if there's like just so many people flaming. Because I feel like in those moments I feel like, well, you know what? I could actually be crocheting right now. What am I doing here? And I feel like if you don't, I don't know, if I only would stream like one game or something and then like go offline again, I don't know, I feel like that's so silly. Just being online for like a half an hour and then just going offline again. So I don't know. And I don't know, like with crocheting, for example, I see absolutely no point in streaming how I crochet. If it's not just for like waiting in the mental health stream, for the mental health stream to start, sort of. Because I'm not really talkative while I crochet. Like there's no point in this. But yeah, on the other hand, if there would be someone who would be like, no, but this is like exactly what I want, then like maybe I would do it sometimes. See if it's nice. But yeah. So yeah, well. I think you get what I mean. I've explained 3 times or something now. We all had our lows with gaming. I'm at 1 at the moment. I'm more coaching than playing myself, but I don't miss it, since I don't have the funness usually. So I feel you. Yeah. It's like, I don't know, also like gaming and like streaming gaming is like also something else, right? So I just feel like if there's... Like, I really have fun streaming usually. Like, if there's... Like, if there's people, you know? Like, if it's just... If it's, like, interesting to nobody, I don't... It's, like, the same as if I were by myself. Only the difference is that I actually have a camera looking at me the entire time. And... I don't know. And the pressure that I can't quit after 1 game and change to something entirely different. So, yeah. I feel like that's sort of why with the like mental health streams, I really don't... I don't mind too much because I know for what I'm doing it, because I know there's like a purpose behind it, you know. But with just gaming, I don't like... I think the purpose is entertaining, and if there's nobody to entertain, then there's no real purpose. I don't know. So yeah, I guess that's why I'm just like low-key saying, like, if there's people who are entertained by this, okay, let's do it. But if there isn't, like, just let me crochet. Like, I don't know.
I don't really mind if I play like one game of like League instead of like a game of Valorant or whatever. And also I know that I'm just like being at the PC is like not really healthy, right? So I don't know. I don't mind if I actually have to do something fun, which is healthier than be gaming. Also, especially since like so many of my other hobbies are already at the PC or like static, sort of. Because like crocheting, for example, you also sit somewhere the entire time. And for example, like I also do like the merch design stuff, right? So that's also at the PC. Then I don't know, I have so many other creative hobbies where I feel like, oh, I want to do that. Or just like these like online certificates, degrees I look into, that's also at the PC. So I feel like I've turned more into this, like, I just do what I have to at the PC, but if I don't have to be at the PC, I'm just not at the PC. I feel like that's also why gaming sort of like lost the appeal a little bit. Because it's like, I know I spent like a lot of time here actually already. Yeah. I feel like making merch is like really cool. Like, I don't know, I have the like merch shop with the like activism merch, right? Oh, we have ads. And we should be back soon. If it's again only 15 seconds. Exactly. um so I have this like activism merch shop I do, right? And there's, I don't know, I always get like so many more ideas, and I really love like some of my designs. I already have like some of the shirts, and some of them I really love. I really, really love. There's especially one of them, which is like, let me check actually. Oh, with the machines actually, damn, okay. So with that one design I made, so for me it's definitely more about the design part than the actually making it part. But yeah, I have one where like on the front of the shirt, it says only stay where you're loved, which I think is like slay. Exactly this. If more people would actually do this, we would have less murders. And then on the back, it says studies show that social rejection triggers physical pain centers in the brain. A lack of social connection has a higher impact on mortality than obesity or smoking, and that satisfying relationships at age 50 were better predictors for good health at age 80 than cholesterol levels. And so this is all true. And I don't know, I love this shirt. I just love it. Because I stand with it just the entire way. Like, only stay where you're loved. I could put like all the studies in the world on the back of that shirt. But I think it's so important to know that our health is influenced by the situations we stay in. And there's no point in staying in toxic relationships. It makes us sick. It makes us physically sick. It takes years of life away from us. And I don't know, I love this t-shirt so much because I could scream this message from the top of a hill. From the top of every hill. Genuinely. I just only stay where you're loved.
don't even try to justify staying in toxic relationships. Don't even try it. Like, let's stop justifying it as a society. Like, it's stupid. And we should only stay where we're loved. And it would build a better system. It would make us healthier. Yeah. And I think I'm gonna make more of those. Because I really like the ones that have like statistics at the back. Like, I love statistics. I love studies. And I feel like we have so many really useful studies more people should know about. And I think a t-shirt is the perfect, I don't know, the perfect free educational poster who's on feet running around in the city, you know? Yeah. You need to vanish? That's perfect, because I want to vanish too. So, my party people, I wish you a great rest of the week. We might see each other, we might not. If you want to play with me, join our Discord, because I might not be live playing, but offline playing. Otherwise, I have an Instagram account, I have a TikTok account, I have a YouTube account, I have a lot of different accounts with a lot of different socials, and yeah. I thank you all for being here. It was a pleasure. And I really hope I was able to be there for you today. I really hope you felt heard and understood and supported. And I don't know, I just hope you believe a tiny bit more in society. And we'll see each other back on Monday. I'm gonna work on to release like an official schedule. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to try Monday at 12 and Thursday at 12. And we're just going to try it for a week, see how it works. Or like maybe for a couple of weeks. But if it like absolutely doesn't work in the first week, well, we're gonna come back to this. I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and figure something better out. But I'm hopeful it's gonna work. But I've been hopeful many times. So we're just gonna let the actual numbers speak. So then see you guys at the latest next week, Monday at 12. So the same time as today. And maybe we're gonna see each other before already for a gaming stream, maybe not. We'll see. I hope you have a beautiful rest of the day. Sleep well. If you have been here for the entire stream, 5.5 hours, do some stretching. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do some stretching together, just for the end of the stream. We also need to hydrate ourselves. We need to eat, put some nutrition in our body. So that was some hydration. I'm no professional at this, but we're just gonna start with shaking out our legs, because I don't know, for me that feels good right now. Just do what feels good for you. Try to feel how your body wants to move, or where your body feels static and stuck, and just sort of move. And try to figure that out by moving and just trying like different directions to see how that feels. If you feel some restriction, that is absolutely possible and makes a lot of sense. Don't be too harsh, but try to loosen specifically that. Try to breathe deep. Just sort of breathe out through your mouth. Breathe out like it's like you're relieved from stress. Our body is, funnily enough, really easy to scam. For example, by laughing a couple minutes, we can actually release the same reaction and hormones like we would be laughing for real, even though it's only a fake laugh. The same works for acting like you're relieved, and for example, stretching, for example, shaking. The same actually works for sadness and anger, and usually all of those emotions. If you have been sitting for a while, like me, for roughly 5.5 hours now, your spine is probably a little bit stuck and is gonna feel a little bit static. Just remember that sort of like any motion you do is healthy, like any mobility you do is healthy for your body. And especially like weird motions can be really healthy because we don't do them a lot of the time. But we need to do them in a way where they're not forced. So we shouldn't use like lots of strength, we shouldn't push ourselves through, we shouldn't struggle, but we should just go to the point where it feels like it should feel good. And with some stretches, we know that nothing can happen and we can push ourselves, which is, for example, with this one. But essentially, anything you do, something can happen. Because we're all individuals, and what might be healthy for me might not be healthy for you. So, in essence, try to listen to your body. Try to do exercises where you feel like I don't know, they don't essentially need to feel good because a stretch is a sort of pain, right? But there's some stretches where afterwards you just feel better because you feel like something has released. So, for example, if you've been sitting for a while, doing this and going to the sides can be really helpful. And sort of confronting any discomforts is usually actually not too bad. We just need to confront them in like a really very understanding way. Like if I would, for example, with this exercise, like I feel a stretch here already. If I would with this exercise force myself to, I don't know, touch the floor or something crazy like that, I would absolutely overdo it. Probably, I don't know, get hurt in some way, have pain in some way. So just, I don't know, go to the feeling of slight discomfort. But it should be absolutely bearable. You shouldn't be breathing like you have pain. You should be breathing like normal. Or you should be able to breathe normally, but essentially you should breathe deeply. And then just stay in that position. Maybe do like a little bit like this. But essentially you can just stay and like breathe deep in and out. Just stay. Breaths. For me, usually after a couple times of doing this stretch, I all of a sudden can touch the floor again, which before I wasn't able to do that. So you should essentially instantly notice how you get more mobile again. Like this shouldn't take ages or whatever. Woo! Okay. Yeah. That was it. And yeah, if you haven't hydrated yet, do that now. Maybe go outside. Actually, air out your room because your room is probably full of shitty air without any oxygen anymore. Or at least my room is. And give your body what it needs. If your body needs nutrition now, give it nutrition. If it needs hydration, give it hydration. If it needs rest, give it rest. If you feel emotionally exhausted after this stream, maybe go for a quiet walk outside in nature. That can help. Nature is essentially stress relieving. Looking at flowers can also help. But just taking a walk outside can help. Taking a shower can help. Just sitting there for a couple minutes, closing your eyes, sort of noticing what you feel, what you think can help. Just sort of getting in touch with where you are right now. So this is sort of what I'm gonna leave you with. But I'm glad you were here. I would be happy if you would be here the next time. And of course, if you would join my Discord, there's also a mental health channel on my Discord, which you can use if the stream is not live to get feedback or emotional support or any of that. Just remember to clarify what your expectations to the answers are, if it's emotional support or if it's advice, so that other people don't misunderstand and can help you in the way you need help with. All right. And if you want to listen to the playlist I'm listening to, it's actually a yoga playlist. And it's this one. All right. Everybody, have a great time and see you on Monday, hopefully.